paz. ¿Qué ves cuando ves a América? Ves campos,
O que você vê quando você vê a América? Campos, rios, montanhas, ar. Temos fauna e flora, temos biodiversidade, a vida. Mas vê o continente com uma imensa vida rural protagonizada por 60 milhões de pessoas que todos os dias produzem, custodiando esses territórios. São agricultores, familiares, grupos vulneráveis e outros atores que dão o sentido de pertencer à ruralidade. Eles são quem garante o futuro agroalimentar, nutricional e ambiental que das Américas se projeta para o mundo. Sejam bem-vindos às Américas, o presente e o futuro do agro. É o desafiador cenário internacional com suas ameaças e oportunidades, colocando a agricultura no topo da agenda global para continuar fornecendo alimentos abundantes, sadios, inócuos, nutritivos e acessíveis em harmonia com a natureza. No contexto, se salientam as três responsabilidades da nossa agricultura com toda a vida no planeta: segurança alimentar e nutricional, segurança energética, sustentabilidade ambiental e também se exige enfrentar a crise climática.
Cada vez mais,
forever more frequent and extreme events that leads to unexpected challenges for the production of food and life for ecosystems. Agriculture plays today a different fundamental role in the sustainable development strategies of the countries, from a renewed systemic vision that brings together production, trade, and consumption, fostering the rational and responsible use of renewable resources, circular economy, and adopting the One Health, strongly linked to adaptation to climate change. Agriculture is part of the solution. The Americas and the role of agriculture. The Americas generate more than 25% of the world food agriculture-wise. Basically, we see the amount of food that comes from the continent. This is a heterogeneous, mega-diverse region with broad spaces of complementarity that must overcome a contradiction. Its generation of surplus of food is compared to food insecurity in other regions. To face this reality demands fostering a new generation of policies that foster sustainable development, social inclusion, and resilience, having science, technology, and innovation as the determining factors to ensure deep and long-lasting changes. Greater rural connectivity and digital literacy are also mandatory to advance towards knowledge-intensive culture, including men, women, youth, and vulnerable groups. The role of IICA, a renewed cooperation. From the new rurality, we want to set the foundation for productive and sustainable intensification of climatically smart agriculture that can build bridges between the rural and urban sectors. An innovative hemispheric cooperation system that can strengthen decision-making in real time and that can act in response to the need of countries through a series of offices throughout the continent. This is vital to reach or attain those goals. From IICA, consortia and allies build a new strategy based on South-South cooperation, aiming at the generation of public assets that are shared, supported on three strategic dimensions. One, look from the Americas to the world, building bridges to other continents. Two, building consensus for collective action facing the new changes caused by climate change. An open doors building strategic partnerships with the academia, civil society, and different organizations. We need to support the transformation of the agriculture that brings new dynamics to the rural areas. This is time for a new continental partnership. It is time for a renewed agriculture that is part of the solution and an instrument for sustainable development for peace. This is time to wonder. What do you see when you see the Americas? Good morning. For the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this, your home of sustainable agriculture of the Americas. We warmly welcome you on occasion of this Digital Agriculture Week 2025. For this reason, we greet the distinguished members of the head table. His Excellency Manuel Ortero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA. Ms. Romira Ordóñez, Senior Specialist in Rural Development from the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB. Mr. Federico Gran, Leader of Industry Affairs, Bayer Brookshire, Southern Cone, who is with us virtually. Ms. Carolina Rueda Buitrago, representative of CAF, the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. Ms. Cecilia Iannoni, Executive Secretary of Prosisur, who is with us virtually. Mr. Alex Santana, Manager of Business Development for Startup, Fondo AWS, who is also with us virtually. Mr. Mario Regidor, Head of the Agricultural Core of the National Apprenticeship Institute, Rosa Diaga, Director of the Chair of Artificial Intelligence Agriculture from the University of Córdoba. Mr. Federico Bert, Manager of the Agri-Food Digitalization Program of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA. We are also very honored to greet Mr. Lloyd Day, Deputy Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA. Mr. José Roberto Camacho Montero, Executive Director of INTA Costa Rica. Ms. Mariana Bancocelos, outstanding entrepreneur and advisor of the Agri-Food Digitalization Program. Mr. José Emilio Guerrero from the University of Córdoba, Spain. Doctors Ignacio Cientisi, Paul Winter, Eric Goland, Tommaso Ceccarelli, Kate Amber, outstanding academicians from the universities and institutes of the United States of America and the Netherlands, the winners of the 4th edition of the AgTech, as well as the steering committee and officers of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, and all special guests, and those that follow us through IICA social media. To all of you, welcome. We begin this event with the words of Mr. Manuel Ortero, Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA. Well, thank you very much, Ronald. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to follow the protocol. I will not repeat everything that has been said, but I would just like to say that you are all friends of IICA, strategic partners. And when we are in a relationship like this of friendship, the commitment is to continue to grow together. Of course, since I am your host, I would like to warmly welcome you to this that you must feel as your home. It is your home. This is the 4th edition of the Week of Digital Agriculture, and Federico was reminding me that in 2022, when we kicked this off, there were only 15 participants, only 15. Today, with the number and quality of partnerships, I believe we have done many things, but we have not come here to congratulate ourselves for what we have done. No, we are here to build a future, all of us together. In the video, you just noticed how we see ourselves, how ICA sees itself, and highlighting that, well, what do you see when you see the Americas? We see an agri-food system that is under transformation, a strong transformation, with the agriculture and rurality that have a past, a present, and that all of us together are building a future for. ICA? Well, there are several ways of defining it. Here we highlight this. We are building bridges, and this is also an institution that fosters building consensus. Formally, we are an institution subject to international public law, but our daily operations, based on the search of efficiencies, transparency, and seeking outcomes and results, we have this culture of as a private sector, where bureaucracy is minimal. And we always think of the funds contributed by the different countries, and we must very carefully use those to best support that transformation. On October the 7th, we will be celebrating our 87th anniversary. It does not mean we're old guys about to retire. No, we continuously renew ourselves. We try to determine the substantive lines of action from the ministers of agriculture are basically the people we owe ourselves to, and we continuously think of what new things we can do. 83 years is a lot, but this is an institution that at this time is already thinking of 2042 once we celebrate our 100th anniversary. And we have to think of it that way. Digitalization is something that is permanently on our institutional radar. We are fully convinced that this is the fundamental driver changing everything in agriculture, everything. We are rethinking connectivity, production systems, transformation systems, marketing systems, see how we can connect growers, producers, consumers. And we must wonder what is outside of digitalization. That is why today we say this is a substantive matter. And when ICA says it is a substantive matter, we hope that you see us that way as a regional benchmark, and perhaps, why not, even global, if we all work together on this absolutely substantive matter. We are facing a great opportunity here. The problem is if we claim this is an opportunity, but we do not move forward, well, then it could become a nightmare. It could become a problem, an issue. So from this meeting, I expect is that we are even stronger when we leave. We need to leave stronger, taking steps forward in the correct in the right direction, because the opportunity is here and now, not within 10 years. It is right now. And Latin America, we say that the Americas, the largest net exporter of food products in the world, cannot waste this opportunity, cannot ignore it. Other competing regions see this in Latin America, but sometimes we do not strongly defend what we really are. And we at ICA insist sometimes we have a self-esteem product. We make ourselves known and through the revolution that is taking place. And we have to elaborate on that. We have to learn from our mistakes and move on in this virtuous circle where strengthening is the only way out. I would like to thank all our partners, strategic allies, around 30 at this edition. And we want more. We can accept all types of criticism, proposals, because we're all of this together. There is no saving entity here. We are all together, and we need to move forward very strongly. If we know we are working in this network, on this platform. So the ACTEC network of the Americas is fundamental. Federico was saying that Oriana and Oliver are here, but the network definitely are all, each and every one of us. There have been many meetings within the different countries prior to this event today, and that is why we can say this is a meeting of the regional ecosystem. But evidently, in many countries, we have the national ecosystems that are very, very active. In 3 months, I will be leaving. But what I want to do is leave the bar as high as possible so that the next Director General does not have any doubt whatsoever that this is a matter that all he can do is raise it further up on the agenda. And that is why I say you have to help us. And by that I mean ASICA. Next year, when the new Director General comes in on January 15th, 10:15 a.m., everything has been perfectly calculated. He will have 3 or 4 months to define the strategic plan. So what the first thing the DG will have to do is say digitalization is the matter that is cross-cutting, that brings us all together. And of course, countries will support this. But much of this depends on what may happen this week also, where I am sure we will take these steps in the right direction. So in this sense, you can count on ICA, because this is an institution which, as I said at the beginning, belongs to each and every one of you. Thank you very much. I wish you all a wonderful meeting. Thank you. We will now hear the words of Ms. Romira Ordóñez, Senior Specialist in Rural Development from the Inter-American Development Bank. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here with you representing the IDB Group. I thank ICA for the invitation to be part of this event. I thank you for the opportunity given to us to contribute to design the agenda of a new week of digital agriculture, which will no doubt be a success again. From the IDB, and particularly from the Rural Development and Agriculture Division I represent, we support the countries of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean to increase food security, rural income, and environmental sustainability of the sector. To do this, it is fundamental to support digital transformation of the sector in the region. A series of studies we just published on the evolution of agricultural productivity in 25 countries of the region over the last 60 years has shown that productivity has been growing at a slower pace recently as compared to previous decades. In other words, total productivity of the factors in the sector has lost speed in the period between 1960 and 2021 in most countries of the region. And in the research, we saw that the vast majority of growers or producers have not maximized the benefit they could have by using new technologies. All of this basically reinforces the importance of supporting the use of digital tools by producers in the region. Here, there is no doubt, I am sure, that the potential to increase productivity through these digital solutions is great. We also know the importance of strengthening resilience of the sector as a consequence of climate change and the natural capital that is ever more degraded. In the almost 3 years I have been based in Chile, I have seen so many examples on the importance of strengthening resilience of the sector. And once again, we know there are many digital solutions. Probably many of you present here represent these solutions and contribute to the sustainability of agriculture. In all countries of the region, we see firsthand that the opportunities of elaborating on digital transformation is tremendous, and the evidence is very clear as to the benefits of this digital transformation of the sector. Where this evidence is not that big, though, is where, and we are supporting a different research in this area. In this edition of the Digital Agriculture Week, present are the IDB, the Laboratory of Innovation at IDB. To participate in the Week of Digital Agriculture allows us to be part of the key discussions on this subject matter. We want to interact with all of you, research institutes, entrepreneurs, academicians, members of government that share this objective, and thus, as we said, fight against the challenges of projects underway, take advantage of lessons learned in favor of digital transformation of agriculture in the region. As a public entity, we must think about recommendations for more accurate policies and design projects with stronger impacts. For BidLab, it is an opportunity to examine the promising architects in the region. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for being part of this group of actors that work in favor of digital transformation of the region. We would now offer the floor to Mr. Federico Garat, leader of affairs for Bayer Group Southern Cone, who is joining us virtually. Go ahead, Mr. Garat. Hello, good morning. It is a pleasure to greet you from Argentina. Greetings to you all. Thank you, ICA, for the opportunity to be with you in this new edition of the Week of Digital Agriculture. ICA and Bayer have a strong bond in the area of agricultural development. We have collaborated in relevant events like this one, the Week of Digital Agriculture, focusing on education and digitalization. More Agro, More Future is a perfect example of this, where we are beginning the second edition in Argentina this year. I warm greetings to Mr. Manuel Otero and a great words of appreciation for his efforts heading ICA, and I wish him the best success in the next steps he may take. At the Agro Division of Bayer, we always say that digitalization is the essential enabler to ensure sustainability of productive systems. And through digitalization and the ideas that you as startups bring to the producers worldwide. Through that, then the producers will be able to increase productivity, particularly when we talk about sustainability, adequately use the resources, and be much more efficient cost-wise, protecting the environment, having access to markets, market your products better. Those are all benefits of digitalization, and of course, to receive the rest of the benefits related to digitalization, and that have to do with connectivity and the benefit itself it brings to the communities and how it allows producers to be better enrooted in their areas. So without further ado, special greetings for those that participate today in ICA's invitation. Take advantage of the opportunity. And an ending message: when your startups become unicorns, continue to support these events and give opportunity to other startups and entrepreneurs, and to the producers to be strongly enrooted in the land that they love so much. Greetings to you all. May it be an intense week full of opportunities.
Now, we will listen to Carolina Rueda Buitagro, representative from CAF, the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. Please go ahead. Thank you. Good morning. Greetings to all the participants, to our partners, our allies, and ICA and Manuel in particular. Thank you very much for this invitation. and we are very pleased to be able to join you in this new edition of the Digital Agriculture Week. This is a moment for the exchange of experiences that contributes to the strengthening of the ecosystem applied and digital ecosystem applied to agriculture. This allows us to combine resources, efforts, knowledge to be able to develop innovative solutions adapted to local contexts, benefiting farmers and the rural development of our region. Today, at ICA, we are sharing with our strategic partners who are contributing to the initiative of this Digital Agriculture Week, and we all have the same starting point. Digital transformation in agriculture is key to face the current and future challenges of the region, and particularly to improve productivity, competitiveness, and sustainability. I would like to refer briefly to some specific support we have provided from CAF in Peru, Argentina, that are within the framework of digitalization of agriculture, and tell you that this year we launched the Agriculture Prosperity Initiative. This is an initiative with which we want to strengthen food security, promote rural development, and position the region as a leader in global agri-food solutions. As Manuel was mentioning, and as we saw in the video that we saw at the beginning, the region plays a very important role as a supplier for the entire world. And this strategy that we are developing focuses on sustainable production that is also resilient and regenerative throughout the value chain. And this includes a number of key elements in terms of digital transformation and digitalization, just to mention a few. First, to support digital infrastructure to improve connectivity, particularly in the rural areas. Precision agriculture, the use of technology, sensors, drones, and georeferencing systems to improve the resources and efficiency in production. Digital platforms. We also saw in the process of selection of the different proposals a number of initiatives that have to do with digital platforms to make sure that farmers can have access to information in real time, not only with regards to climate conditions, but also with regards to other market prices and best agricultural prices issues. And the third key aspect would be training and education, aside from funding of innovation, which is also something that brings us to this table today. I would like to conclude by saying that digital transformation of agriculture is a priority for CAF, and I would just like to highlight that altogether we can face the challenges of climate change, improve food security, and promote agricultural prosperity in the region. Once again, thank you, ICA, for your leadership. Thank you, Manuel, for your trust and the love and the care that you have had towards CAF. ICA has demonstrated to be a truly valuable partner in the region for the digital transformation of agriculture. Thank you very much. We would like to invite now Cecilia Giannoni, Executive Secretary of Prosisur, who will be joining us, who is joining us virtually or online. Go ahead, ma'am. Well, good morning. Greetings to all. I would love to have been there in presence, but there is a team there from Prosisur and representing us. First of all, I would like to thank ICA for giving us the opportunity to join you once again in this initiative as a member of Prosisur and the ICNAPS. We have been working on digital agriculture for several years now. We started with an agenda that has to do with Agriculture 3.0, precision agriculture, the use of satellite images. And as of 2021, we did start with another agenda strongly marked by digitalization and digital transformation of agriculture, always hand in hand with ICA's program and the national agendas of the Southern Cone research institutes. And with that, we have been together with you in 3 digital agriculture weeks. And something that we believe is very good of the agenda is that we had a number of activities in countries because this allows to convey the outcomes or disseminate the outcomes and make sure that everybody knows what we're talking when we talk about digital transformation. We all had Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and we accompanied them. Then, since 2021, we have a specific agenda on digitalization and digital transformation, which is also accompanied by ICA as a member. And since then, in the agenda, we have had two projects. You will hear more about one of them during this week, and one has to do with the role of science and technology through the research and institutions in a national level to get to know the system better and find tools that may help find the institutions as collaborators within the ecosystem and to see how we can be transformers and promote the development of digital agriculture in the countries of the South Cone. And this year, thinking about digitalization and how fast it moves and the need to transform the agricultural sector. This can be part of a project that Embrapa has had for a couple of years, focused for small and medium-sized production and literacy and the digital solutions for small and medium-sized productions. So with this, we are also in the process of digitalization. We're making sure nobody is left behind or left out. With Procesur, we enjoy these gatherings. We believe that it helps Intembrapa and Chile and Uruguay and Paraguay to visualize what is being done and also with the interaction of all the players on site to enrich what we're doing and consolidate what science and technology and INES are doing in the sector. So I am sure this is going to be a week filled with exchanges. And as Manuel Otero was saying, this is an agenda Procesur is supporting for good. And so we thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you. Now, we're going to give the floor to Alex Santana, Business Development Manager for Startups and Irrigation Funds for AWS, who is joining us online. Go ahead, Mr. Santana. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. I'm greeting you from Mexico City, and for us, it is a great pleasure to continue linking this agriculture sector with technology from AWS startups. We understand the driving force that we have in the changing the industry, and we know that the agtech and agriculture sector, we still have a long way to go. Much development has been done. We have made some important progress as a society and as an industry, but what's interesting is that we are still midway in the potential that exists to make an impact in the lives of millions of people. From AWS startups, so we consider these entrepreneurs as those who can lead this in a much better understanding of technology and make sure that the agricultural industry and all related sectors may benefit from technology, the cloud, and digital aspects. We have seen this. We have had a number of different exercises, especially in Latin America, that through use of data and currently with generative AI, we have been seeing some important progress, radical progress. And that's why we are also supporting the organizations that are participating and the startups that have been part of this week And we want to greet them and say that we are here to support them in their growth and consolidation processes, and for us to be able to continue impacting the lives of millions of people through technology. So it is a great pleasure to be able to address you all on behalf of the organization and on behalf of all the different organizations that use technologies in the cloud to continue providing these transformational changes in the region. Thank you to the organizing team for carrying out this activity. We definitely need this kind of activities, and we need to continue building and as a region and be a community that sees technology as something at the core for the change that we want to see in society. Thank you. Now we're going to listen to Mario Regidor, Chief of the Agricultural Nuclei of the Learning Institute, INA. Good morning. Greetings to all the participants of the different organizations, countries, and production sectors, and my colleagues here at the table, Manuel, and all of the people here at the main table. First of all, I would like to thank you. It is the very first time that as the National Institute for Learning participate in this week, even though last year we were there working in a parallel manner. But today we are included, and that's what we're looking for, seeking as an institution. Our effort is to generate capabilities in the technical areas of the different production sectors, farms, organizations, small and medium-sized producers in the country. And this has helped us as an organization see everyone as an ally. This cannot be a one-person effort. At INA, even though we have, as Don Manuel was saying, we have existed for over 60 years, we have made the necessary changes throughout the agricultural production process. But today we believe this cannot be done individually. We need everybody's effort. And we have developed some digital platforms, even with the participation of ICA at the beginning. And today they are used from our institution, the financial sector mainly, which has to do with legal, technical assistance, credit, and production sector in this case. And we are about to deploy it also in the coffee sector and a couple of other sectors that are under discussion. But technically, I believe that these efforts force us as an institution to generate the different added value within our team, and particularly generated during this week for the sector, which are the ones that we need to strengthen from within our institution, aside from what we already have, because I think that we need to take into consideration our efforts. Funds and efforts are ever more limited. But I believe that together we can make sure things happen faster than we think. Of course, needs and current climate change is evident, and I believe that we're all aligned in terms of regenerative, organic, sustainable production, and particularly the production of the chemical burden in our production. So we're all aiming at the same goal. We need to accelerate the process, unifying our efforts so that we can attain changes in a faster manner in terms of the institutions. And at INA, institutionality is trying to move faster than, because at INA we believe that public institutions should move much faster than what they do nowadays, and we believe that this is something that these are processes that require immediate change sooner than later. We also want to thank ICA and the organizers for their invitation And we hope we all succeed in the changes required by the agricultural sector, not only from Costa Rica, but in all Latin America. And INA offers its help to whomever may need it. So thank you all, and may this be a very successful week. Now, to conclude this opening ceremony segment, we are going to give the floor to Rosa Gallardo Pomos, Director of the International Professorship of International or in Artificial Intelligence at University of Cordoba. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Greetings to the Director General, Manuel. And I would also like to congratulate you for your accomplishments in these 8 years of your administration, and also want to thank you for the effort you've made to create partnerships with different institutions, including the University of Cordoba. And I also would like to greet Federico, Carlos, Caterina, Alicia, and the other representatives from the institutions, ACTEX, and all the people who are joining us here. First of all, I would like to start by thanking ICA for their invitation to the University of Cordoba and the International Professorship of Agriculture and in Artificial Intelligence. And I would like to congratulate you as well, because I believe opening this collaboration space that is multilateral, multi-stakeholder is quite important, and we feel truly committed. This professorship for artificial intelligence in agriculture shares with you the approach that digital transformation goes beyond technological opportunity. It is a necessary condition so that it can be used and help us attain sustainability, competitiveness, and equality in the agri-food systems in the 21st century. That's why this digital transformation needs to focus itself not on technology, but on people who work and live in this sector. It needs to take into consideration what their capabilities are, what are the decisions they need to make, what are their needs, and what are their rights. Digital transformation is built with people and not on top of people. That's the approach that we share. And that's how digital transformation can be useful to progress, so that agriculture can be participatory, inclusive, and enable us to build a better agri-food system for the future. A digital transformation that actually adapts to the different realities, to the heterogeneity of the region and of the systems, production systems. And with regards to artificial intelligence, the tool is also focused at the idea that artificial intelligence needs to be applied responsible, honestly, and with ethics. And this can be a differentiated value to get to know better what is happening in our livestock and agricultural farms. This is also a way to foresee problems and use all the aspects, the environmental, the economic, the technological aspects, and improve the quality of life of the different players that depend on this sector. From our professorship, we work with that vision. We work with training, transference, and innovation. We do this hand in hand with the public administration and the technological and agricultural companies, with agri-food cooperatives as well, and of course with the strategic partners as highlighted by ICA, and especially with ICA, because we share with ICA not only our purpose, but also our values. So we support this Digital Agriculture Week because we are convinced of the importance of creating this type of spaces that allow us to get closer, share, and work together to build shared solutions. And I would like to conclude by addressing all of those participating in this digital agriculture and asking them to seize this opportunity to connect with each other, to debate, to share, or to dis and particularly to share our questions and concerns so that we can all learn together and build, as mentioned before, a better future for the agri-food system with which we are fully committed. Thank you. Now, to continue with the program or with the agenda, I'm going to give the floor to Federico Guerre, the manager of the digitalization, agri-food digitalization program at ICA. Go ahead, Federico. Thank you all. Well, good morning. It is a great pleasure to be here in front of so many people with the common objective of having a dynamic digitalization, responsible digitalization of agriculture of the Americas. I'm going to ask you for 10, 12 minutes more in order to finish telling you what this week is going to be like. Before that, I would like to thank Manuel, the Director General, first of all, for having the vision that this topic was going to be so important. And he thought about this several years ago, and he had opened this digitalization program, and so that ICA could take the spearhead and oftentimes even going against protocols. And now we are seeing the fruits of these efforts. We're opening to the private sector, to the startups, to links that often did not occur among different multilateral organizations, but because they needed to happen. The group of players in this topic is very different, is new from what has happened with technological transformations in the past. So thank you, Director General, for that. Thank you, Romina. Thank you, Francisco, Rosa, Alex, Carolina, Mario, Cecilia, and the institutions that they represent, because without their support, it wouldn't be possible to have a meeting like this. And I would also like to thank the entire ICA team, from everybody in all different directorates and offices, and those who have been in charge of including over 100 people from different places, different organizations. That is not easily organized. It poses many challenges, and it entails thousands of hours of working hours to make sure everything goes as you see, as smoothly. So we want to thank everyone at ICA for this. As I was saying, this is like the summit of a number of events that took place. It's the fourth Digital Agriculture Week we've had, but also we have had different events, 15 developed in 15 different countries prior to this meeting. Many thanks to the effort of the offices of ICA in such countries that mobilized and generate these activities together with the National Institutes for Research, INIAS, and 1,500 people gathered face to face in these 15 activities that happened prior to this, that have to do with discussion of the territories towards the region with regards to this topic. So having said all this, allow me to tell you very quickly, if I manage to have the slides move. So this is something that was already said. Agri-food systems are facing many challenges to improve productivity, efficiency, shorten trade, markets, etc., and traceability. And these challenges cannot be solved without digital technologies. They might not be enough, but they are necessary for it to happen. That's our vision, and I think this is a shared vision by all of those present here. Now, having said that, what we see at ICA is that the digital transformation process is just getting started. When if we see it from 19 well, if we were to be, once we get to 2050 and we look back, we're going to see that the process took some time. And we know, we feel it's moving fast. But before technology, we have social issues and things don't happen overnight. And this meeting is for this to happen in a more dynamic way. We know it's going to have a positive impact, but we also know it may have some negative impacts. At ICA, we are aware that not everything is beautiful or pretty or nice. We have to be careful and we need to minimize as much as possible the possible negative impact and seize the positive impacts. And within our vision, we also have that with the arrival of the digital, the way technologies develop changed. We have new players, investment funds, startups. They already existed, but now we have incubators, accelerators that are in this new panorama and scenario. We need to understand what this landscape is like so that they can mobilize in an effective manner the development and the incorporation of digital technologies. Under that view, we work at ICA and we work from the Agri-Food Digitalization Program. It's not that I'm speaking a different language, but for some reason there's sovereign compatibility, lack of compatibility, so I can remember what it says there. What did I want to tell you about this? When we have agri-food digitalization program, which is a division to promote agri-food digitalization processes. What do we do from that program? First, we generate awareness on the importance of digitalization and mainly in all countries and with all those that we serve, the ministries of agriculture. And we support the generation of new public policies that support digitalization. And what used to say there is that what we do is identify solutions, digital solutions and experiences of digitalization, provide them visibility, help them adapt and escalate. Because escalation of digital technologies and startups for us means more producers with more solutions. And finally, we generate and share information, quality information and recommendations, particularly recommendations to those we serve regarding digitalization. The Digital Agriculture Week, just giving you a brief history, is an annual event that started since 2022 that gathers you, the main players, protagonists in the agri-food system. And what do? We build the second floor of the digitalization ecosystem. In some countries already have innovation digitalization processes like Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and others that still have a long way to go. But we still need like a regional spirit. And that's why we're here for, to build this second floor of regional experience of innovation ecosystems, that if we manage to make it stronger, we'll have more solutions for the producers and more startups. That is economy of agricultural knowledge that might not only be good for our region, but we can also provide technology to the rest of the world. In this room, we have many entrepreneurs and innovators, world-class innovators, and that may go beyond, well beyond the Americas. We want stories to arise from here, for links to happen, and for these links to yield good results in the future. The Digital Agriculture Week started being something very modest with less than 20 participants. In 2022, it grew a lot. What used to say there is that in the second edition, in 2023, we had over 40 and 50 participants, and in 2024, we had 100 on-site participating, and then 35 AgTechs and 7 INEAs. And of course, now we have more people. It's not only a matter of numbers, it's a matter of diversity and players represented and of commitment of those who participate.
If you are wondering and could not find an answer, I would like to help you to find one. Why are you here? When you said goodbye to your families, you were probably wondering, what will I do one whole week in Costa Rica and leave my family here? Well, first, you are here because you are playing an important role in the digital transformation of agriculture. Nothing more, nothing less. Developers of technology, funding agencies, academicians, researchers, political this, decision makers and users. Why are you here? Well, you are here so that together we can work to drive digitalization of agriculture in the Americas. That is our commitment, and we ask you to support that. Investing these 5 days here at headquarters of ICA in Costa Rica. And in ending, I would like to thank our partners, our strategic partners, without whom it would be impossible to have an event of this nature. And of course, you have heard them, IDB, Bayer, CAF, University of Cordoba, and all the others you saw on the list, and the different promoters and allies, basically the main investment agencies, incubators of the Americas, including this year, as the network of AgTechs of the Americas. This was formed as part of the our week of digital agriculture and is gaining its own institutional structure through the work done by Oriana Oliver and other members of the network that are basically AgTechs that have participated in previous events or editions. The event has a bit of everything. There will be keynote speakers, discussions, good coffee breaks, posters, all kinds of activities. Yes, it is a lot of hard work, we know that, but we want to take maximum advantage of the time and of the investment you have made to come here for a whole week. We have the 6 major lines of action to cover throughout the week that have to do. I'm not going to enter this in detail because we would go through these gradually, but this has to do with digitalization of different processes that are fundamental for the food system of the Americas. There will be cases of digitalization of each process. We will have a general overview from the different keynote speakers, experts in each of these lines of action, and an exchange as how to move mobilization in each. What are the barriers? How to break away with these barriers? And in ending, I would like to highlight a couple more things. First, as you well know, we would like more people to participate, but this is quite an effort, quite an investment to bring people from all ends of the Americas for them to have presentations. So we have an invitation to startups every year. There were 142 candidates from 23 different countries. They have solutions already in the marketplace. Together with the strategic partners, we have selected the winners. This year, there have been in total, it was very competitive. There were very good nominations, very good ones. 21 winners from 15 different countries. Of these 21 winners, 12 were selected together with the strategic partners through the digitalization division, and others were selected by the different countries themselves. And there are also AgTechs that have participated in previous editions and that are repeats. So since 2022, we have AgTechs from 2022, 23, 24 that are participating again in this event. These were the ones in charge of selecting the winners, the AgTech winners. So welcome again. Feel at home. Those of you that have participated in previous editions have discovered basically a new dimension in this space to develop bonds and develop partnerships. So I hope the same thing happens here today or this week. Take advantage of this, create a lot of bonds to help us think of the next step in this evolution we have had. The next step, how can we project this even beyond what we have done this year? We will, at the end of the event, there will be more than 5,000 person hours of discussion and exchange and linkages related to digital agriculture. So we have a melting pot of very good ideas that we hope turns into very good actions. We believe in the butterfly effect. Our conversations in the upcoming coffee break here today could end up being the key to entry of a startup into a given country in a couple of years. In a nonlinear world, any conversation you have today can take us anywhere. And that is what we bet on when we undertake events like this. My last comment, I have said this about 3 times, my last comment is this one. I know that many of you could may feel that this meeting room is organized in a very solemn manner, but basically considering what you do in your startup world. But after discussing this, we decided to keep this configuration. Each of one of these spaces here represents or belongs to, if we can call it that way, to each of the member countries of IICA. And normally the ministers take their seats there to discuss matters that are essential for the present and future of agriculture. And that is the essence, a horizontal discussion, constructive, diverse as to countries seeking better agriculture for the Americas. And that spirit we did not want to lose at this meeting. It may be a bit of solemn as configuration, but from now on, we have put the AgTech winners and the authorities in the central area here. But as of the next block, we will invite you to move around and sit down under the name of your countries at those tables. We have 4 or 5 days here ahead to move around so that you can feel what it feels as a member state to talk about the future of agriculture here at headquarters. Without further ado, with this we end the first session, the opening session. Let us go for a coffee break. We have a lot of time to get to know each other. So I invite you to get to meet each other, talk to someone you do not know, and later we can come back to the first session, which has to do with data digitalization of field records and data management, which is so important. Thank you all very much. Welcome.
Gracias, Romy. Gracias por el acompañamiento. Lástima las cosas.
The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Sí. Pues muy buenos días.
Well, good
De
morning
nuevo
once again,
a todos. Es un
everyone.
verdadero placer
It is a true
darles
pleasure
la bienvenida a
to
esta
welcome
mesa
you
redonda,
to
la
this
primera
roundtable,
mesa redonda
the
de esta
first
cuarta edición de
roundtable
la Semana de
of
Agricultura
this
Digital del ICA.
Digital
Y nos
Agriculture
reunimos
Week.
en esta mesa pues,
We are
para
gathered
dialogar
here
sobre uno
basically
de
to
los
talk about
temas
one
más
of the
cruciales y a la vez
crucial
más
elements
complejos, ¿no?
and
En
yet
todo el
most
proceso de
complex
transformación
elements
digital
in
del
the
sector
digital
agroalimentario,
transformation of the
que
agri-food
es la
sector, which
digitalización
is
del registro y
digitalization
la gestión de
of
los
field
datos
records
de
and
campo.
data
Porque
management.
si hay algo, ¿no? que
If
hemos
there is
aprendido en
anything
los
we have learned over
últimos
the
años,
last
todos los que nos estamos
years,
dedicando a
those
esta
of us that
tarea,
are
es que
involved in
sin
this
datos
task,
no
is that
hay agricultura
no data,
digital.
no
Y
digital
sin datos de
agriculture.
calidad, pues
Without
no hay
quality data,
decisiones
well,
verdaderamente
there would
útiles, ¿no?
be
Para que el
no useful
productor o para
decisions
que la
for the
cooperativa o para que la
producers or
empresa
cooperatives or
agroalimentaria pues
agri-food
pueda
businesses
tomar una decisión correcta.
reach the
Los datos de
best
campo, del
decisions.
cultivo, del
The
suelo,
field
del
data,
clima, de los insumos,
climate,
del agua, de
inputs,
la cosecha, de la
water,
maquinaria o
weather,
de las
harvest,
enfermedades
machinery,
o plagas, pues son la base
pests,
sobre la que se
all of
construyen
this
los modelos
data
predictivos o
is the
diseñamos, ¿no?
foundation of
las
predictive
herramientas de
models and
inteligencia artificial.
artificial
Pero es verdad,
intelligence
yo creo que en
tools.
eso
But
hay un consenso
so there is
que
consensus
disponer de datos
that
en
in the sense
cantidad,
that
en
having
calidad, con
quantity
la
and quality
frecuencia y con el
data with the
formato
right
adecuado,
frequency and
pues sigue
appropriate
siendo un
format
reto pendiente
is still a
para
pending
todos.
challenge for us
No
all.
siempre se recogen
Not
los
always
datos, no
is our
siempre se
data
comparten, no
recorded or
siempre se integran
shared or
y con frecuencia pues no
integrated,
están al
and
alcance, ¿no? de
frequently
los que
they are
pueden
not within the
utilizarlos
reach of
para
those that can use
acompañar a ir
that
tomando mejores
information
decisiones.
to base
Además,
their
hay barreras
decision making.
importantes
And
que yo
there are
creo que
important
saldrán a lo
barriers that
largo
I am sure will
de la
pop up
mesa hoy, la
in the
fragmentación
session
de
today,
plataformas, la falta de
the
interoperabilidad,
lack of
la
interoperability of
desigualdad de la
platforms,
conectividad
inequality in
también sigue siendo
connectivity,
un problema,
that
la
continues to be an
escasa
issue.
cultura del dato,
The
¿no?
lack
en muchas
of
ocasiones, e
a
incluso a
data
veces la
collection
desconfianza
culture
también, ¿no?
and the
del uso que se
mistrust
puede
also,
hacer
the mistrust
con
as
ese
to the
dato o la
use given
propiedad o
to
la
the
titularidad, ¿no?
data, the
Eso es valor.
ownership or
Por eso
property
esta
of the
mesa es
data.
tan necesaria,
That
pues
is
porque
why
aborda
this is a
desde distintos
necessary
ángulos, desde
session,
distintas dimensiones, pues
approaching this from different
esta problemática
angles.
y vamos a poder
And we
escuchar
will be able to
a
listen
diferentes, ¿no?
to
Que
benchmark,
están trabajando
basically,
en tratar,
people
¿no?
that are,
de
we will
utilizar, de
listen to people
recabar y
that
de
are
poner a
trying
disposición
to
de estos modelos y de
collect
estas
and make
herramientas
available these
digitales
digital
datos para
tools
que
with
puedan
data
convertirse en
that can
información
become useful
útil para aquellos que
information
tienen que
for
tomar
those that
decisiones.
are in
Vamos
charge
a
of the
explorar
decision making.
con ellos. A
We
continuación
will
se lo iré
explore with them.
presentando cómo
I
la
will introduce these
digitalización
gradually, and
en la
we will talk
generación y
about how
gestión de datos pues puede
digitalization
potenciar
of
la toma
data
de
can
decisiones y puede
enable decision
optimizar
making and
las
optimize
operaciones en las explotaciones
the
agrarias, pero también en la
operations
industria
in
agroalimentaria. Vamos a conocer
and the
instrumentos
land
que
and
ya se
in
están
the industry.
utilizando, pero sobre todo,
We
¿no?
will
Vamos
talk
a
about
ver qué
instruments under use, and
dificultades
we will also
hay
see
en
the
lo que ya se está
difficulties
haciendo
faced
y en
in
lo que
what is
está
being done
pendiente
and what
todavía
is pending yet
por hacer.
to be
Así que
done.
vamos
So
a comenzar
let us
con
begin
un referente
with
internacional
the
en
outstanding
agricultura
keynote
digital.
speaker,
Es Ignacio
Ignacio
Ciampiti
Ciampiti
de la Universidad
from
de Purdue.
Purdue University.
Ignacio es
Ignacio
profesor
is
de
a
agronomía y
professor of
líder del ChatGPT
agronomy
Lab en la
and
Universidad de
leader of
Purdue, como decía,
ChatGPT
donde
Lab
también
at Purdue
codirige el
and
Institute for Digital
co-directs
and
the
Advanced
Institute
Agricultural Systems.
for these digital
Su
advancing
trabajo se
agricultural systems,
centra
and
en
his work is
agricultura
focused on
digital,
digital
combinando
agriculture, combining
ecología
e-
y fisiología de cultivos, el
ecology and
modelado predictivo,
physiology, predictive
análisis de datos
modeling,
y de
data
predicción
analysis,
para mejorar la
and
gestión de
remote
sistemas
sensing
agrícolas. Así
for
que,
agricultural
Ignacio,
systems.
adelante
So
y escuchamos
Ignacio,
con
go
mucha
ahead, and we are
atención.
open. We are all ears. Well, first of all, thank you very much. I would like to especially thank Federico for his invitation. I would just like to thank him for his vision. I have known him for many years, and to see his vision and the ICA support to move this part of digital agriculture forward is very important. Allow me to try to give you an overview very quickly, I hope, of what is happening with producers. I believe it is important to understand that a good part of digitalization needs precisely that collaboration. How we can listen to producers. We could skip over that in this conference, but believe me that in many of the conferences I have to share this slide explaining how we define digital agriculture. And this is being very broad because when I talk to students or young people, they are still thinking of what on earth digital agriculture is. It's not just pretty sensors that we try to put up in many pictures, but how to train the people in new tools, in being more multidisciplinary, trying to work with people, analyze data. And it is much more complex than just the sensor itself or just using a dashboard or developing a digital tool. No. As you will see, technology has been with us now for decades. And I believe that what is coming and what everybody is talking about now is digital twins and the digital twins, as I said. This is great, perfect. But usually to get to that point of digital twins, we have a long way to go. Basically, because this is based on the quality of the data we have today and the availability of that data. And in the panel, we were talking about how to gather information, how to register all that information. And how are we evolving? Well, oftentimes, and Fede mentioned something very important. I am sure you all heard this. We are in the early phases. It is worth mentioning this is a transition. As any transition, oftentimes we do not see things. When people are in a transition, sometimes they do not realize what status they are in. So we're at a point in time that could be a turning point to determine whether our efforts at the country level or at the regional level will really end up being leaders or not of digital agriculture. So this is a change, a very important opportunity. Just to give some examples before we go into the producer side of the story, during innovation, we are also working with state entities like NASA in how to develop tools for producers. Basically, these are some examples of the satellite side of the story. Something we never thought of really was what do producers really need? What do they need? And for that, an important part that we are launching right now is a new section, a NASA project that we will call a Fiat. Basically, what it does is take the producers as ambassadors and ask the producers, okay, what do you think about the use of data, satellite imagery? As you can see, there was a survey some years ago. In many cases, producers said that satellites are valuable, that they can use them, but in many sense, there's not really much collaboration with NASA, and they only think they do not know how to use it. They just look at an image and have no idea of what that is good for. So we see an image to make a decision. There's still a long way to get to that point. And this new program we're launching is to try to connect once again producers so that they be the most important actors in guiding digital area, what they need to come from the startups or from science or from universities to help them make decisions and solve problems. There was another interesting part also regarding patents. Why patents at a global level? Well, basically, when many of the new patents will begin to tell us the road we are going down at the agriculture level. We see if you look at some of the analyses in a paper published in Precision Agriculture, we mentioned that in many cases, Most of the agriculture technologies were brought in from other disciplines. They did not come directly from agriculture to start with. And that was interesting because even for startups, and I am sure you know this, to explore other disciplines that are not agriculture, and this I have talked about to many startups, that they do not even come from agriculture, from the agriculture side. It's good because there are some solutions that we can translate, although they come from other sectors. And in the digitalization process, what we see is basically, allow me to focus on this. We begin to see that how new patents are under development, perhaps in smaller numbers yet, but the part of science and data and artificial intelligence stand out. And Rosa mentioned earlier that I was glad to see a chair of a university that is called Digital Agriculture, and that is beautiful to see. Notice that the development of new patents in the artificial intelligence and data science is very important. This is growing a lot. We do not yet have many people or universities that are focused on training all the new demand. So how to change that mindset of universities to train people that sometimes they do not have to focus only on just one single discipline, but instead must be much more open-minded to think of comprehensive solutions. And it says that the patent analysis that many big changes are coming along, and this is something that is supported by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, where 50% of the U.S. producers have not yet adopted precision agriculture technologies. Something striking, particularly in many cases, and we will better understand why in a moment. In some cases, it is due to the availability of these tools, and in other times, it is due to the cost of those tools. And as mentioned before, very little attention has been paid to how the producers themselves see this. There are many ideas and innovation developed, but oftentimes later, basically the innovation goes off to the research side, and then they wonder whether that solution will have an impact on producers after the fact. Something to think about is how can we go about doing this backwards? Have focus groups where producers are the ones that tell us which the main bottlenecks are, and we as startups or researchers can bring about solutions for those bottlenecks. So the cost of acquiring new customers will be much less because this will be based on the producers themselves who have informed our decision. To better understand, this is a publication that has not yet been published, in fact. There was a sort of producer survey asking them the main challenges to adopt new technologies. So we had a team of researchers working in digital agriculture in different states. We are trying to expand this survey now, but we covered 9 states, almost 250 producers. You can see the average age, their level of education, the type of land. And I will dwell on a few things to make it a bit shorter, but we begin to see that in many cases, many producers had been adopted automatic systems like GPS and yield mapping. Basically, these technologies had been used for more than 10 years, and there was a cost of entry, yes, at the beginning, but once the technology begins to work, it is very clear. So what we have seen in many cases is what we thought had been having the variable rates, but the level of adoption there is very low. There are several technologies that we believe are very useful that can save costs, but the adoption by producers is yet very low. So we must consider this also because this will help us to think of what technologies may come in the future. Additional to this is for the producers. This is what the producer thinks. And what at Purdue we have a survey we have been running now for several years. And what we can show here, if you look at the trends over the last 25 years, this survey covers more than 2 decades. Notice that. And it matches with the producer's viewpoint. The GPS part is something that was quickly adopted, and we can see that the level of adoption is quite high. But other technologies, for example, the predictive modeling is very low. The GPS or telemetry or GPS for logistics is still very low. So we still have some issues as to the level of adoption of these technologies. The simple technologies, basically, for the person that sells the technology and the one that adopts it, these match very well, quite well. So we asked the producers, and this is a spoiler, what are the most relevant benefits of adopting new technologies? Well, no, there's greater financial profitability, cost reduction, increased productivity. Ha ha. So if you were thinking of the main things that the producer thinks of day in, day out to adopt a given technology, these are the three main reasons. Make more money, I can have financial benefits, I will have fewer costs. And there's this interesting feeling, which is in this increased productivity. Producers see this increased productivity as an attainable objective, perhaps not financial in financial terms, but something desirable instead. And something very important is that in many cases, although they recognize they are focused on environmental benefits, unless those environmental benefits are linked to financial benefits, they have this not of interest. Even in the United States, for example, we see how short-term or short-sighted the economic side are they, where they're only thinking of 1 year or 2 years into the future, not 10, 15 years. Barriers? Okay, the main barriers to adapt technologies. Cost, once again, is insufficient to cover the marginal savings. If the cost of technology, for example, whatever savings I have is not enough or is not greater than the benefits, well, I won't even adopt it. As simple as that. We could notice that we think of many other options, the software non-compatibility, type of the plantation, size of the plantation, and many other problems. But basically, what they end up saying is that it must generate a profit, or otherwise the technology will be useless. And to start wrapping up, one thing is that in many cases, as we said before, when we talk about access to technology, is that many producers believe that artificial intelligence or new technologies will be important. But notice that when they look at the future, they see that they can relate digital agriculture to economic benefits much more. And it is also important, and this was mentioned briefly, that producers are looking for technologies that help them make their job easier. What does this mean? Well, they're looking for technologies that will help them reduce costs or the number of hours the producer has to spend on a tractor or looking at the plantation or spraying fungicides or nutrients, anything that can lead to a reduction in time in the field. Those are the technologies that will be more important, and that is why we see the strong autonomous machinery side of the story. This will lead to a radical change for producers. And if we look at this also from the technology vendors, if we look at that side, well, in a producer survey, we saw the benefits, for example. Clearly, we see that most of the people that sell these technologies say that the automation is what will improve and will increase the use of time, reduce the amount of inputs and nutrients or closed applications. So there are greater expectations as to automation. And something else worth highlighting is artificial intelligence, basically to improve agronomic decisions, to start thinking about how these could help us to be better field advisors. So in conclusion, We are working on digital agriculture with more focused efforts. And one message I want to leave you with is something that I have been saying throughout my presentation. Oftentimes, and this is also applies to Academy, we think about innovative solutions and how important research is, but without thinking of the producers themselves, without thinking of who the end customer is. And what we should try to do is think of how to develop technologies that are useful for the users. And this is something, a message I have heard at some AgTech meetings, and I believe it is very important to think of how to develop technologies for the future. Develop technological solutions that are very simple. These will be much easier to adopt. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Ignacio, for a very encouraging and stimulating address, reminding us of putting the producers at the center, considering everything they need to adopt technology and adapt technology to those needs. We have a short period for questions from the audience. One or two questions you may like to pose to Ignacio. Okay. One over here. Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I found it very interesting. I liked it. Yes, we need to ask. Because please, is this always necessary to ask and then develop technology? Very difficult to generalize an answer. We cannot generalize. Someone was saying here we are not in linear models. Not always is that the case. But in many cases, though, we would be much more effective if we develop solutions, if those solutions we develop include or the innovation was based on having the producer next to us. There are several incubators. For example, in Indiana, there's a part called WIN, an incubator that brought together 5 different counties, basically 10 different districts or counties got together, and what they do is these are generally producers that have developed that incubator, and the producers themselves are the ones that give all the feedback to the startups to tell them whether the solution under development is going to be useful or not. And in many cases, they have quickly identified very beautiful solutions, very interesting, but that would not have a market. And oftentimes they end up developing ideas or solutions that are very good, but in the end, and this is something I have heard say about startups and companies that say that the cost of acquisition of the clients is very high. I always say it backwards. That cost would be much lower if the customer is part of the company, because they would be the ones to give their feedback as to whether that would be successful or not. So the answer would be no, not always. But it is much better if we include producers in the innovation process. Perfect.
Very well. Next question, second question, please. Hello. Yes, thank you. Very briefly. Your standpoint is quite interesting. I have a question with 2 sides. First, you're talking about advanced technology, so it is inevitable to think about the parallelism with prior technologies. How has that process been? We know that we have this S-curve, and that's what we're seeing in your diagnosis, which has to do with the principle how this is skyrocketed. So how does this compare to previous successful technologies, if there's a way to compare these two? And the segment has to do with DARPA and many other programs for the adoption of technology. So what can we learn from that and generalize towards Latin America? Yes, I think that we talked about new technologies to a certain extent, but not all. We also have many exchanges with startups, and we're always having dialogues with them. And many startups have to do with very basic technology, for example, to develop a dashboard or do something quite simple as saying, I'm going to optimize the use of inputs by using data and just putting together a dashboard. And that's a solution, which is simple, but oftentimes, as I said before, you do not ask the producer if that's what the producer wants or needs. So, and know whether this is going to have an impact or not. So oftentimes you make the decision based on the idea that operationally it sounds good, but once it hits the market, it tends to fail. And I believe that within our historic cycle of technology, I'm not going to mention a specific technology, but there's some of them were developed, sponsored by huge companies, and they have failed because monetizing technology and digital tools is very hard. It's rarely discussed, but it's hard for somebody to have a subscription to Netflix, for example. We need to think very well why they are doing it, and that's something that we need to keep in mind. And the last point is, yes, there are a number of programs that try to do that. I see that the adoption is going to be much faster if instead of doing programs that try to put things together, to come up with programs that try to involve the producers or the cooperatives or whomever the end client is. Because in the end of the day, if you don't have the end user involved, or the end client involved, the manager, the person who decides who to give these programs to, normally does not understand what's going on. And those who understand the problems are the producers and those who sell to the producers. And so the client of a startup, of a company, may be either the producer directly or the cooperative. And so if those factors are not integrated, the adoption process is going to be very hard unless the technology is quite easy, such as the GPS part or the Artodines. But in many other technologies, we're going to see low adoption rates, very low adoption rates. So great. Thank you, Ignacio. Need to co-create, co-innovate to involve the producer in all this process. Thank you. And now we are going to move on to a block known as a public experience block within the same topics, even though the two experiences that are going to be presented will be within the public-private realm. And that is interesting because it's related to the last thing that was mentioned, how to collaborate cooperatives, the administration, the academia, universities, the agricultural and agro-technological companies to move forward, to try to understand how we can improve this management of the data that we need to move forward in terms of digital agriculture. So first of all, I would like to welcome Juan Sagana, who is here to my left. Juan is a doctor and engineer by the Polytechnic University of Madrid, and he has a PhD thesis on digitalization projects in agriculture. Juan is also the chief of the Department of Sustainability and Innovation Projects in cooperatives, agri-food cooperatives, sugarcane. And in his presentation, he's going to tell us about some of these projects that have to do with the collection of data in the field and with these digital notebooks that have its pros and cons. And he's going to tell us about this. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Rosa. And I would also like to thank the Institute and the other organizers and collaborators who make it possible to be all gathered here for this Digital Agriculture Week. As mentioned by Rosa, I work in agri-food cooperatives in Spain. This is a association of companies comprised by 3,000 cooperatives that include about 1 million producers throughout Spain from all different production sector, traders and transformers of the agri-food systems, except for cocoa, coffee, and sugarcane, which really makes me feel jealous when I see all those beautiful crops up down here. Let me see. Okay, here. As explained very well, as it was explained very well, we're going to tell you about our experience turning an obligation into an opportunity. That is for the EU, and Spain in particular is going to force producers to convert the phytosanitary treatments and report at plot level with a field note from analog to digital. And this is as of January 1st, 2026. It is very important to say that this obligation, regulatory obligation, gives us little time from the moment the phytosanitary treatments are applied and the moment they have to record them in a tool that is digital, because there's less than a month from the moment you apply it to the moment you have the data. This makes us pretty much have real-time monitoring of what is going on in the Spanish farms with regards to the treatment of inputs. And second, that is very important as well for these treatments to be also linked to a geographical space and to a geometric space that is available at the canister. And so we will be able to see this in our software tools. The administration, property administration in Spain, when it launched this very ambitious strategy and kind of advanced compared to other European countries, aside from controlling and monitoring the pesticides and agrochemicals used in our countries in order to reduce them. They say that we cannot just stop at controlling them, but we need to return this as valuable information for the producer. And the other objective is to create a vibrant environment of agri-tech companies, and so to use this data flow created at the public level in the private sector. So this has made it remarkable, facilitating the connection of private softwares in the different registries and public servers to be able to collect information, for example, of the type of machinery that is being registered in the public registry, the active substances that will be used by farmers and that they can have available through that software, and the other public registries available. And I also think that they have done a wonderful work in homogenizing the different taxonomy that the different agents were using in the agri-food system in Spain. So this has been a key issue, because when we talk about a certain sort of crop, everybody's talking about the same crop. And we don't add to the interoperability technical issues, issues of the use of terminology. So we're still undergoing that process. And maybe we can talk more about this in the Q&A session. But what is the objective of our organization? Because we're a group of cooperatives that want to give more added value to our cooperatives. Well, to use this flow of data to generate a valuable, unique data flow to the members of our cooperatives. Our cooperatives, in the long run, work in territories, specific territories. So in the farming areas that may be a 30 by 30 kilometer land. But here you have an idea of the things that we're generating. As I said, these are very simple technologies. But this is information that so far veterinarians and agronomists did not have available. They didn't have a tool that through a geographical information system or GIS, they could geolocalize the different plots of their departments. So we have been able to obtain more public information like the irrigation, looking at the Sentinel satellite layers, and also meteorological information that helps them have the information on the same day, and also satellite images of the areas that, due to water contamination, fertilizers will be more regulated. So we're developing the different types of dashboards. In this case, this would be for the follow-up of phytosanitary treatments, and we are also adding zoning that limit the application of phytosanitary products due to how close they are to water bodies, and they will let us know which of the plots are being affected by said limitations. Also, some other important information that we consider important to include in our system is the nitrate content in irrigation water, both in the control points of underwater and superficial waters, and for our farmers to make sure they analyze better when they use nitrate, because they can take into consideration the nitrate content of irrigation water. So when we look at the different satellite layers and other things, there's a consensus that we're not applying this well enough in terms of producers. It is important for us to have the intermediate technician and the advisor that may work for the cooperatives and its members when interpreting this information, for example, on the type of irrigation that we have, not only in our partners' plots or member plots, but in their surrounding areas, and also the way water is being used in terms of millimeters of water that is done or is used by irrigation. So this information is not as operative on a day-to-day basis, but it is key when you want to develop a strategy for the forthcoming years in our cooperative. So how are we going to adapt to climate change, or how to decide on what crops we will have to diversify and adjust things in terms of the cooperative. So for soil information is also available. For example, information with regards to pH, the density, the nitrogen assimilated in the water, the cationic capacity, exchange capacity. So this was information that we didn't have before at the territory level, nor at the level of a plot, but at the right size that we needed in our cooperatives, because we want to make sure we are covering this 30 by 30 square kilometers. And so we have, this is a Copernicus satellite program, and from there we can also obtain information on the crop rotation that contextualize our production area and the time in which the soil is nude. And among these strategies for conservation of regenerative agriculture, we will have them to work in a more conscious manner. So is this working? Is the system working? Well, here, let me show you the points where for next spring, we'll have 110 points where we have deployed 110 cooperatives where our system is deployed. And we are working on a test format, a pilot project of 10 producers per cooperative. This is going to give us around 3,000 producers in a 6-month term and around 30,000 pilot farms. And our idea is to make sure this reaches 1,000 cooperatives and hundreds of producers that make up these cooperatives. And I know my time is up. And so to conclude, I just want to say that every 3 months we hold a meeting with the agronomic services of our cooperatives, around 300 technicians or technical people, and we tell them about the news, and we ask them to choose within the different types of information. They need to give us their priorities so that we can maintain them in our systems. Thank you very much, Rosa. Well, thank you very much, Juan, for this example on how we can turn a regulatory obligation that at the beginning causes rejection on behalf of the producers to a tool that can actually be useful for their decision-making process. There are many barriers, there are many difficulties, as mentioned, but this is a road that we need to travel anyways. So now, during this block of public-private experiences, we will listen to Fernando Herrera. Fernando Herrera is an IT engineer, researcher of the International Professorship on AI and Agriculture of the University of Córdoba, where he participates in the development of virtual assistants. And with him, we're going to look at an innovative experience in terms of digital agricultural digitation, so that a number of systems of generative AI allow us to look at field data in a simple way using a natural language. So, Fernando, the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank ICA for this opportunity to present what we do and participate in this wonderful event of the Digital Agricultural Week. And as Rosa was saying, I'm going to be presenting one of the work lines that we developed from the International Professorship of Artificial Intelligence and Agriculture at Universidad de Córdoba, and which is aimed at increasing productivity and optimize digitalization, agricultural digitalization, via the use of virtual assistants. Very well. So from this professorship, we have digital assistants or virtual assistants. We have 4 different lines of work in which we focus. We have data spaces, predictive systems, digital twins, and what we mentioned already about virtual assistants. Just to give you some context, we need to define what an artificial intelligence assistant or virtual assistant is. A virtual assistant is a software program that is made up by a model that creates an artificial intelligence model that generates images, text, audio, and they enable us to interact in this generation of text, to interact with the machine in a natural way using that natural language. And within this AI models, we have the LLMs, the large language models, that predict the next word or group of words. But what definitely supports these virtual assistants is the following. These models are closed. And so, if we want to open what they have within their training, we can connect this to different tools, and that is known as AI agents. So these are LLMs that on vitamins. That is, they will allow us to connect to the external world, to have our own recommendation systems, etc. And so the objective of our virtual assistance package is, on the one hand, to provide this possibility to interact with the outside and look at field data, recording and management through natural language. They also allow us to extract and summarize information of the data that we introduce, with which we're feeding the model. We can also elaborate and open this closed model. We can also use natural language, do data analysis with Power BI and dashboard. This can all help us in a natural way to interact, and the assistant will answer to us in a clear and concise manner and precise manner. And another important concept is the generation of new ideas. Another line of work would be task automation. So the main idea of what virtual assistants do is this new interface. They add a new interface which is quite interesting and that makes transparent the use of technology for the producers. And so this is what definitely boosts farmers, because they have as a supplement, instead of using the graphic interface, we can have an assistant with whom they can speak and tell us about our records, ask them about our data, and visualize what exists, but we can also ask questions. So this is what definitely strengthens or gives more power to the assistants. Now, so humanizes somehow and it brings technology closer to the farmer. Our proposal is based on the development in a collaborative way with Inspatec of a virtual assistant solution based on multi-agent systems. So let me tell you the story. At the beginning, what we did was develop a virtual assistant app with a co-agent. What happened? Well, we came to a point that the app grew so much that it started making mistakes. It would start giving wrong answers to information. So we were seeing that something was not working well. So by dividing the work among different agents, and each agent had a responsibility and even a supervisor, the objective of the assistant was more successful. So what we did is that with this multi-agent system, we would turn it into an LLM with more powers. We would connect it to an API and our EPs. And so by speaking in natural language or ERPs, we would analyze the data, we would generate graphs even. And one of the important things of our systems is the development of a testing system. Why is this so important? Because we realized that when we were developing, it worked. But we also realized that that same question was asked an hour, 2 hours later, and the system would fail. So we need to make sure that the systems are very robust because they are based themselves in the prediction of a next word. Sometimes they predict one thing, sometimes they predict something else. So these are systems that need to be tested oftentimes so that the objective that they were designed for is complied. Because if the system is not robust enough, the farmer will then get a tool that is a failing tool, it would be an inconvenience. So we need to make sure that it works really well all the time. So what I'm here to present to you, we're going to watch a video where you can download it too if you want to. And so you can watch it in your cell phones. And this video is going to show you this testing system. You're going to see two AI agents simulating a conversation between a human and the assistant. We have a multi-agent system also that behaves as a human that wants to eliminate a crop, and then the system is asking information from the human, and the human provides the information. In this system, and thanking the hospitality of San Jose, Costa Rica, we have then said that this person is a Costa Rican. This bot is a Costa Rican. So maybe we can put it by 2 so you can go faster. You can hear how the human says, I want to eliminate a crop or stop producing something. And so the assistant responds. So it says very well, pura vida. You can read it. And in the end, they ask for a certain number of amount of information. It asks for a number of data. So you need to say what you're going to crop, the date, the name of the farmer. You can see how they interact in a very efficient way, so that at the end of the video you can see they can then enroll a crop, and then the system is what we do is launch it 100 times, and once we have seen it, we adjust we make the necessary adjustments. So that after 100 conversations, it can only fail in one and control that one so that the system can fail at the end. But what we need to make sure is that the system is capable of redirecting the situation. So you can then stop sharing the video. And that's the end of my presentation.
Bien. Ese equipo técnico, muchas gracias.
Thank you
por-
to the technical team for your support.
Al final. Sí, de la última. Bien, al final lo que veníamos a decir es que los principales
So,
retos y el futuro
the future of this type of systems, the idea is to facilitate images, and not only that, but to be able to include our expert domain, our documents, so that they can respond in the way we want them to, and also use large language models and small language models, so they democratize the use and use the environment without a connection, improve confidentiality and security. And lastly, virtual assistants will not be substituting anybody. We are sure that they will be facilitating the acquisition of data, field data, and they also will provide recommendations, and they will make agriculture more efficient. And one idea that I got from the very first event from the professorship is that artificial intelligence should always be at the service of natural intelligence, putting always the value on the farmer. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Fernando. Everything was very clear, despite the technical glitches. And so thank you, everybody. Thank you both. Thank for your presentations, which have been supplementary. And now we're going to have some time for questions or comments that you would like to share. Raymond, of course. Hello, good morning. I really love the presentations during this block. I need to talk about the notes and the assistants, the notebooks and the assistants. Maybe just to give you some context, here in Costa Rica, in the production, coffee production, is different from the way we use digital notebooks. I would like to know your opinion with regards to how we've been doing it, because even though we have not used registration as a regulatory obligation within the family agriculture, these are useful as a tool to make decisions. So that's always a challenge when you want to turn an agricultural system, and sometimes there's no integration at the institutional level with a private database, for example. And in the case of the assistants, I really liked the video. It was very nice. It was very interesting. And I think that's key because both the registries and then we have to do the processing, and those assistants would definitely help with the analysis. And so I would like to know what you think about our context within that framework that is not something regulatory, but more a strategic tool to be able to make decisions. Thank you. The right decisions. Well, thank you for your question. We have talked about making the best use of a regulatory obligation as an opportunity. But of course, the sector itself and each plant owner should be the ones to say, I'm not being obligated to do this, but I do see the usefulness of being able to keep a record updated and historical records of how I have handled my farm, because from there I can make smarter decisions. So the idea is that those softwares and those field notebooks have been available for a long time, and among all the different ages who are promoting digitalizations, we have not been able to convince the farmers on the importance and the usefulness of using these systems without it being mandatory. So right now we are in the phase that we tell them that Europe is mandating this for everybody. And so once we get that data flow, enough data flow, we are going to work in so that through the indicators and comparisons between farmers, we can then transform this in mandatory nature to a benefit for them. That's the objective. But if you manage to do it in a more natural way, definitely it will be better.
And as to assistance is concerned, as I have mentioned, basically these are just one more interface at the service of producers. So this was an additional step. Nevertheless, I would urge you to do some research on generative AI, because you have to learn how to ask or pose the questions, but use it because this is a first step so that once you have that platform implemented, this can give way to integrate other platforms, other assistants that, as you will see, are not all that difficult to implement. There is a lot of technology that makes this type of product available. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other aspects? Other matters to cover? Oh, hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am Justo. My question is for Fernando particularly. To understand the model of what you are working on, since you come from a university, I would like to know if you are already doing that there to make it available to society at large or for a company instead. Or are you going to monetize it separately or for someone in particular, and whether you already have an idea of the cost related to the service, since each question will generate a cost within these tools, to see whether you have considered that when you develop the algorithm. Okay, thank you. Very interesting question. As my colleagues were saying, there has to be an affordable cost in order to implement this technology. The assistant has been developed with SATEC, a company, agro-technological company that also works in Latin America extensively, and has been very useful because it has approached the issue appropriately. And in fact, we are developing new functionalities. And regarding one of the most elements for them, as part of the models, they have used a model that does not have much coaching, remembering the latency. The response is quite rapid, but the implementation of the large language models will reduce costs even further. We understand there is no limitation to entry into the technology today. This is no surprise because the cost was very affordable. Well, thank you very much, both of you. This is a way to bringing technology closer to producers. And in the case of SATEC, a company which is part of the chair, the idea and what they are working on is a series of virtual assistants that can be made available to the sector. Now, I know there are more questions. We can pose these later during the breaks we have, but we need to give way to the third block of this roundtable. And you can talk about this later one-on-one, but thank you very much, all three, Ignacio, Juan, and Fernando. And we have time to continue talking about this. Thank you very much. Now, an applause for all three. And now we will jump into the private sector to understand about the private experiences in the hand with AgTechs that have been winners of the Digital Agriculture Week in the past. So I would like to ask them to come to the head table. Diana Quintero, Ignacio Lopez, Mario Bustamante, and Hannah Whitman, and we will hear about different solutions coming from different countries. Hannah, yes. And that also have to do with all the part of data records to make these available, to make available digital tools to growers to help them with their better decision making. Okay, once we are all seated. Linda, Mary, and Diana. Thank you very much, all five of you. First of all, for presenting your proposals and for your nominations to this edition of the Digital Agriculture Week, and congratulations in advance for having been the winners of this edition. We are very interested in hearing about the solutions you are proposing and see how these can be made available. Let us begin with Hannah Whitman. She is co-director of Lightfarm, a solution that comes from Canada. And this is a web platform, open code, that provides support to agroecological producers in the participatory management of their farm properties. So, Hannah, we are all ears. Well, good morning, everyone. Allow me to speak in English. My apologies, but anyway, I can respond in Spanish later if you have any questions. I thank ICA for inviting us to this special event.
So I'm here to share with you a project that has been developed with many people at UBC and also with hundreds of farmers across Latin America. So in our research, we found that both farmers and researchers lack comprehensive tools for whole farm management, especially to look at the various outcomes of farming practices, sustainability, livelihoods, yields, and marketing. So farmers need easier and ideally free or low cost, we've just been talking about accessibility, tools to calculate their cost of production, to monitor their farm outcomes, and to manage their sustainability reporting, traceability, marketing channels, and they're also really concerned about data sovereignty. Researchers, service providers, and policymakers are also looking for better analysis to understand the trade-offs in farming systems and to create an evidence base for better decision-making. So currently, we use very labor-intensive methods to monitor farming practices. These are labor-intensive, and they're isolated in different disciplines. Agronomists and soil scientists take soil samples and monitor yields. Ecologists and integrated pest management specialists work with farmers to scout their fields. And economists and rural sociologists interview farmers about their income and their marketing strategies. Third-party certifiers require farmers to fill forms, and they visit their sites for auditing. So farmers also keep their own records, which disappear from their whiteboards and their notebooks and even their Excel sheets when their computers crash. And much of this data must be re-entered you need to access organic or other kinds of certification or regulatory forms. This is time-consuming and often technically challenging for farmers who have varying levels of digital literacy and varying levels of time to enter information into these forms. So as agricultural advisors, as extension agents, as researchers, we all contend with the problem of interoperability in farm assessment and missing data. So through our work with networks of farmers in Latin America, we identified a gap. While many tools exist for digital farm record keeping, they're often too expensive, too difficult to use, take too much time or training, and don't meet the needs of farms that are highly diversified and access multiple kinds of markets and management conditions. So in response, we created LightFarm as a free open source web application designed for whole farm management. We offer the application in multiple languages, including Spanish, French, Portuguese, and several other languages across the globe. We developed LightFarm with human-centered design principles with farmers and prioritized ease of use and farmer-first functionality. And then we piloted and co-developed the app with 10 farmer groups in Latin America between 2010 and 2025. 2021 and 2025, sorry. This is our COVID project. So much to our surprise, we have one project in Latin America, but farmers all over the world have found us on the internet and have started using LightFarm to manage and document their farm practices. So what does LightFarm do? We make it very easy to map your farm and plan and monitor your production. We prioritize data sovereignty. Farmers own their data and they can add other users to their accounts with specific roles. This includes other farm team members, workers, researchers, extension agents, and other service providers. This enables data sharing within and beyond the farm team and also ensures continuity of service and historical data when extension agents or farm workers transition out of the farm. So data can be exported for certification and other purposes. Farmers create their crop plans, they can manage livestock, create and assign and log tasks, things like smart irrigation, planting and harvest. We have integration with open access, open source sensor data. You can track your finances, your sales, and calculate your cost of production, assess your yield and your profit, and track your biodiversity footprint with integrations with the great team at iNaturalist. So what's in the pipeline? We're working on soil health with a bunch of soil health researchers. Farmers want to better visualize the changes in their soil health over time and the actual long-term impacts of different soil management practices. We have an active integration to automate calculations for greenhouse gas models, such as Holos or the Cool Farm tool. This has two main outcomes: to reduce data entry for farmers and researchers, and to use anonymized regional data from our database to improve these models to better represent the complex greenhouse gas adaptation and mitigation potential of diversified farming systems. We've developed a dashboard for data visualization, and we have project-specific pages for cooperatives and other user groups to share data amongst themselves. And in the couple minutes I have left, I'll just share a couple of results from the research we've been doing with the 10 farmer organizations in Latin America that have co-developed this app. This is the dashboard here. We're able to work with our participatory guarantee system certifiers and extension agents who are actually doing some of their own analysis on crop production, productivity, land usage for diversification, agrobiodiversity, food security, and more. You can hear more at our upcoming webinar next week, which is not moving. There we go. We have two webinars, the 30th of September and the 7th of October, to report on the 5 years of research that we've done with these farmers. We've developed a toolkit on ethical data governance. As we've worked through this project and talked to many farmers, their support organizations, and their governments, data security and data sovereignty was a very popular topic. So we worked to create a bunch of resources to support organizations to develop their own data governance frameworks and data governance policies. These resources are available in Spanish and Portuguese as well. Overall, we've learned that there is significant demand for record-keeping functionality, but it has to be easy to use. It has to be associated with some kind of outcome for the farmer. So regulatory requirements that was just discussed in the last panel, certifications, and training in digital literacy are all pieces that we've kind of been working on as part of this project as well. And finally, we've have a project exploring what's next for Light Farm. So this is a university generated or university facilitated project with grassroots organizations. It's open source and it's intended to serve as a digital public good. So that has raised a lot of questions about our institutional future. So how do you continue to support an open source resource that is free to farmers in positions of economic vulnerability while also keeping up with the technological advancements that we have to keep up? So in short, thank you very much, and happy to talk more about potential integrations and questions that you may have at the break.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Really interesting. Congratulations. Bueno, pues pasamos las preguntas las vamos
Okay,
a
the questions we will leave for the end of the block. Once we hear the five speakers, we will open up the floor for any questions you may have for the five speakers. Let us continue with Linda Douglas, founder and developer of Linsbee, based in Grenada. This is a company that creates mobile solutions to optimize agricultural and beekeeping activities. Linda, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Douglas, the owner of Linbees, and today I'll be sharing my AgTechs as it relates to the digitalization of field data recording and management. Linbees works with the main objective to provide services that will aid in the future development of agriculture sector of Grenada through the development of maps and development and maintenance of inventory of crops grown by each farmer. My vision is to create, support, and expand agricultural businesses through the use of sustainable and modern practices, which will reduce the impact that human intervention has on the environment. Now, Linbee started off in the year 2014 with the main products being honey and other bee products such as pollen, royal jelly, and wax. But after my 5 years of studying for my agronomic engineer degree, I decided to include two services, the development of Android mobile applications for inventory recording and geomapping. So the first application that I made is strictly for apiary management. You can simply input your hive observations, and as a result, you could generate a performance report. You know which hives perform well and which need more attention. You can also input income and expenditure and export a Word document with a summary income and expenditure report. I also include a service for GIS and GPS technologies for mapping, just to give you a little idea as to what I do. So GPS, or Geographic Position System, is among the most important tools for spatially referencing agriculture data. I go in the field and I collect the data with the use of GPS tools and then develop it using GIS software, or Geographic Information Software, which has the ability to integrate layers of spatial information and to uncover possible relationships that would not otherwise be obvious. There are two main types, vectors and rasters. So this is just an example of one of the maps that I have developed. There are 6 layers, but I'm going to focus on the polygons. So I go in the field and I collect the GPS coordinates of each of the points and I connect them to form polygons. And with these polygons, you could determine the area and the perimeter. With this information, you can then determine how much of each crop could be produced and how much of each agrochemical needs to be applied. The benefits of the development of maps is to assist in planning and organization of field activities, optimize the amount of farm inputs used in production systems or precision agriculture, determine the land availability in the production system, and reduce labor and input costs, and as a result, reduce the negative impact that certain activities in field of agriculture have on the environment. The future plans is the integration of geostatistics through the use of drones and other GIS applications and development of a database for tree crop farms. In Grenada, there's an issue with the availability of certain crops. 1 minute there's a lot on the market, the next minute there's none. And I believe the development of a database to have an idea as to how much each farmer is able to produce can reduce this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Bueno, pues damos ahora la palabra.
Now we give way to Diana Quintero, who is part of CROPI. CROPI is a business devoted to digital solutions for agriculture based in the Dominican Republic. No? Well, no. Well, then not. Okay. Well, anyway. Let's see. This is the information that was shared with me. If it is not correct, please feel free to introduce yourselves and give us the reason why you were the winner, one of the winners. Good morning. I am Diana Quintero, International Project Manager for Producers ID. We are an organization headed by farmers. We work with more than 1 million small growers in Africa, in Eastern Africa and Latin America, particularly in Peru. And we implement digital solutions so that producers can increase their revenue, their resilience, and in the end, our vision is to create a global cooperative that drives a much fairer agri-food system. I'm not going to talk about these things in detail, but we know that in the agriculture sector, a lot of data are gathered, but the data basically are costly to collect, they are isolated, they are not standardized, and even more critical is that the producers that have the data seldom share these with other people and therefore receive very little benefit. So we have created CROPI that turns the data on certifications, production, climate, soils by using technology and satellite imagery and artificial intelligence and turn this into useful information readily usable for producers to strengthen their capacity for decision making and optimize the use of resources and increase productivity. CROPI is part of an ecosystem that we call the shared data layer, where we ensure that producers, ag techs, cooperatives, and buyers and other stakeholders share and exchange information in an ethical and safe manner. What we seek in the end is that the data collected in the field be done only once and be used many times by different actors, but at the same time, those actors pledge to use the data to improve the services, quality, and access for these small growers and farmers, technical assistance, for example, that we will talk about in a moment. And lastly, to reduce costs, improve efficiency, and that value can be turned back to those that generate the data, which are the small farmers. So the platform basically has 4 main targets: growers, cooperatives, producers, and businesses, and other supporting organizations like NGOs and the government. And in the future, we hope to include others. So the actors use this platform in different ways. For example, producers access the platform through the interface called CROPI. And CROPI, what it does is that it connects different sources of information and turns these into agricultural recommendations useful for producers. Currently, we are working very specifically in specific crops like coffee diseases in northern Peru, but in the future, we want to bring in more things about the assistance for producers to send a question and get a personalized response, and precisely that profile that they already have in the shared data layer be enhanced through each interaction. And then This results in much more accurate responses depending on the context. The producer data we aggregate in dashboards that allow cooperatives to see strategic information from the productive sector, the commercial side, and improve services to producers. For example, better segmenting the growers and then prioritize those that require technical assistance more urgently. And lastly, we compile data, for example, from deforestation and the carbon footprint and fair income, living income into panels of sustainability, allowing buyers, first of all, to monitor compliance with the regulations and sustainability standards, but also to show their clients the productive and sustainability benefits of this. So far, we have co-designed CROPI with 2,200 farmers in Peru, 5 cooperatives that are basically the owners of the organization, and 2 buyers located in the UK, particularly in the area of coffee, which is where we started. We have collected about more than 1 million data pieces, and we have been integrating different models and digital advice with the different farmers, and we have had a good response in the sense that these farmers feel more at ease interacting with the digital tools, and their resilience has improved. Next steps, well, we want to focus on a pilot to strengthen database services. Here we have an interesting partnership to use AI analysis, as you were saying, and to monitor crops and how to transfer this to technical assistance through the digital platform called CROPI, but also working with cooperatives to integrate the data in their technical assistance licenses and in microcredits informed by the shared data layer. And the second effort is to strengthen that first index we are developing with the sustainability dashboards for buyers to set the foundation for a new business model. This is a good part of the work we have done thanks to donors, but if we want to upscale a sustainable development model based particularly on subscriptions, business to business with buyers, which are the pilots we have been undertaking. And with this, we have a broader view to upscale this model to 500,000 farmers, providing services or generating partnerships to have database services to improve their decision-making capacity and be much more resilient. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Diana. Congratulations for that tool, that initiative, and for the impact mentioned, and something that is fundamental to overcoming the barrier, for example, of trust, how you are bringing in trust so that farmers can increase their willingness to share data and use the digital tool. Well, so thank you very much. And with this, we go to Uruguay.
So Ignacio Lopez, who is the founding member or founder of AutoLink. This is a company that, as mentioned, is based in Uruguay and is focused on the incorporation of digital technologies and data strategies that optimize fleet management and mobility experience. So Ignacio, the floor is yours. Excellent. Thank you very much. As you just heard, I am from Uruguay. I have a degree in telecommunications. I'm also a professor at the university in the multimedia design. And so we have, I'm a bit closer to producers, and we want to help producers make better decisions for their operational security. So decision-making and operational safety apply to agriculture. So AI and IoT concepts apply to agriculture. This in India, We did some tests there, and the important thing here is that what you don't measure, you don't control, and what you don't control, you can't improve. We need to have trustworthy information because everything that we have talked about, artificial intelligence, and every the decisions that the producers make have to be based on information that is true and correct. So how can we help producers know the state of their infrastructure and their resources? What ends up happening is that they have to be on site. They don't have connectivity, they don't know what's going on, and the only option they have is to take a car, get on a bike, and go to where things are happening. And when they want to use a resource, there's no resource, they lose production. They go to the plantation, and the plantation is dead, the livestock is dead. So this happens because of many different situations, and there's a loss of time. So why does it happen? Because at the industrial side, they didn't make any certain decision. So it's very expensive to adopt technology because they're thought for cell phones and for fabrics or for manufacturing plants. And so there are places where the connection depends on the weather, unconnected locations, and also they are very difficult and expensive to install. So we need to bring things to them. And how do we avoid wasting time moving around in the field and be confident that what we're doing is the right thing or we're doing things correctly? We developed an easy to use ecosystem. Our idea was to make it easy for the rural farmer to understand what's going on because there's too much information and it has to be relevant and it has to be at a level that the producer can understand. So the idea is to lower the barriers for them to enter this world, and so for them to be able to use it with the experience they already have in areas that do not have electricity or power or traditional telephone network. And this is where AutoLink solution was developed. This is a wide modular plug-and-play monitoring and control system. These are the devices. So they're supposed to connect, send information to the cloud in an easy, very easy way with the web and app platform. The way it looks, I'm going to show you how it looks later on. So we have laboratories and we have PRB producers. We have large producers. We have poultry producers, incubators that can access this information from at all times, anywhere they are, and for it to be simple. That's our main objective. So these devices are connected by LTE-M networks that make an exchange between distance and speed. They reach 100 kilometers away. They work with solar panel. You can control pumps, tanks, anything that may be in the production side, and they can also measure the nitrogen in the soil, the water levels. There's a sensor, so they can connect to these devices and obtain the information that they need directly to their phones without programming. These devices work with no programming needed. This is very important because the programming in the agricultural sector is very complicated. Not everybody knows how to program, so they have a 100-kilometer range to the LTE-M Cat-MI network-based radio. So this makes everything to be cheaper, not expensive as it normally is. The network already installed throughout the Americas. And so it is compatible with more than 50 types of sensors and is capable of controlling any type of infrastructure powered by solar panels. And this can be done manually. The only difference is why do I have to go there to where the pump is if I can just turn it on using my phone? So I don't need to pay somebody to go every 2 hours to get the data or turn on the pumps. Why not do it from the phone? So the idea is to help through connectivity the end user. So everything can be available at all time, at all place, temperature, soil humidity, the level of tanks, and everything. So available anytime and anywhere. And thank you for allowing us to give this example. We're talking a livestock case, the operation pump in semi-surging well to know the water level in Australian tank and elevated tank. So they said the alarm by WhatsApp and app in case of a low level in the tank and alert in the case of power failure. So they said, very nice your app, but we just need a click. So there is a sensor in one of the tanks. This is the dashboard where they can see the variations in temperature and throughout the day. And they said, I want something simple, where I just go into the app and this is what I see. This is my level. This is where I have the level of the tank, whether I have water or I don't have any water. I can turn on the water, the pump, or not turn it on. So I just make it simple, make it as simple as possible. And this is basically what we do. We want to provide true and correct data everywhere and at any time. As Ignacio was saying, it has to be very simple. Technology, the farmers do not need a wow factor in their technology. They just want it to work. They want it to be simple. They want to say, I'm away from my plot, I'm in another city, and I can see what's going on, and I can make sure that what is being done is correct. We have over 80 sensors working in critical infrastructure. This is in agriculture, industry, and laboratories with a real deployment, real scale, and real impact. These are some of our main clients nowadays. And we are based in Uruguay. You can see us, find us here in autolink.com.uy. This is completely transparent. Even though we're based in Uruguay, you can use them anywhere around the world. Yesterday, I arrived here in Costa Rica, and I made it work at the hotel, so it works really, really well, very easily to operate. So if you have any questions, please get in touch with me via the webpage or through my email. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ignacio.
Well, thank you very much, Ignacio. This is really interesting. This is a very interesting ACTEC. And now we're going to close this part of the private experiences with Mario. Mario Bustamante is founder and director of InstaCrops, winner of this edition representing Chile, dedicated to real-time monitoring to optimize irrigation, nutrition, and crop management. Hello, how are you, everybody? Pura vida. My name is Mario Bustamante. I'm an electronic engineering and as a co-founder. I had my first startup about 12 years ago when we started it. And I had the chance to sell it to a retail. We sold over 11,000 UTM electronic devices to Datsun, Nissan, and the Army. But today, I am 100% focused on helping agricultural producers so that they can be more efficient and use the resources in a better way, and for them to have a higher profitability within the crops with InstaCrops. And I don't see how to do this. Okay, there you go. So we know, everybody here in this room knows that there are billion-dollar losses. It's like every year, 400 billion worth is lost in the food chain. And we are aware that climate change has had an important impact in the food security. And so we are focusing on InstaCrop in developing tools that is focused on the use of water. And that's why we have launched InstaDrop, which is the first InstaDrop AI, an AI assistant that generates text as if you're talking to an expert or an irrigation advisor. It is available for all farmers. And the idea is to how to provide expert irrigation advice. because there are many solutions, but we don't know how to provide answers to two important and basic questions here in Latin America or any part in the world: when and how much to irrigate it. If the farmer had chance to that type of information, not data, but information, this will increase in productivity, quality, and cost reduction. As mentioned before, the profitability will be maximized. So what does InstaDrop does? It is a smart AI assistant that can talk with natural language with the producer, connecting to our network of sensors, and we have over 5,000 installed, and also third-party sensors, where we can personalize the recommendations, irrigation recommendations, make it precise. InstaDrop has been developed and developing and manufacturing with partners these meteorological stations and water, soil humidity sensors, tank humidity. We can control the valves, the pumps. So we have over 50 million data per week with many sensors and that we have in many different countries. It becomes one of our main assets because with this, we can generate a rack architecture, which is a architecture of AI that helps us use two elements, basically. On the one hand, we use the LLM foundations, as mentioned a while ago. We already heard about LLMs. We have access to this type of tool. And also, we mix that with these four pillars that you see here, which is soil data, static data. Let's say this is a cherry crop. Then we have the type of crop, the species, the variety, the type of graft. The two top components are hard data. And then the two in the bottom, as you can see in the image, we are using our sensors or InstaWeather stations, and also the information about temperature, electric conductivity, and water availability in the soil. So this is not a simulation. So I ask people, just like asking ChatGPT, how much and when should I irrigate? And that's the basic question any farmer would ask. So he's first giving me the key data on soil humidity in my plot, where it says the stress point is 129 millimeters, the field capacity is 152.02 millimeters, the field level is 172, and the current humidity is 128. So I'm a little bit underneath the stress point. Then it's also giving me analysis of the irrigation cycle of how I have been doing it, how because I have the sensors in this proprietary and third-party network, and so I can see that the last time I irrigated was 10 days and 11 hours ago. And what is the advisory that not everybody can pay? That's why with InstaDrop we are democratizing it. We tell the producer when they should start irrigating. In this case, it's in real time, in a real case, because it's in a inferior level. You need to avoid, you need to start irrigating as soon as possible to avoid damages due to water stress. And how much? Well, approximately 44 millimeters. That is during 11 hours. So that's the knowledge of a consultant, and not everybody can interpret it. So InstaDrop can do it for them. So much so that I can even program the head of the irrigation device with the recommendation. So we can irrigate sector 1 for 5 hours, sector 2 for 10 hours, and so on and so forth. So this is personalized. This is smart personalized irrigation. It helps us resource savings and money savings. We can create real-time alerts that are very easily used, because I can use this as a chat in the app or via WhatsApp, that anybody can use that. So by clicking twice in market, we focus on intensive markets, particularly of fruit production. We have over 5,000 sensors, over 1,800 active users. we were able to raise 2.8 million in Wiri Wiri. We are working on over 120,000 hectares connected, and we have a break-even achieved this year. But this is the one that I like best because we have saved over 80 billion liters of water. And so we work with many companies, especially more than 250 customers, usually mid and small size producers, also some large companies. And the impact in figures, we were able to save up to 30% of water in irrigation on average. We have productivity increase and cost reduction as well, which was something that we talked about from the financial standpoint. How does this affect the wallet of the producer? So the business model is very simple. It's very similar to ChatGPT. It's at the hand. They can pay $25 per user or $250 per field. That's totally doable by any agricultural company in Latin America. We're only 15 people with lots of experience in technology and agriculture. We have some very good partners and manufacturers that work with us. And we're also selected by accelerators such as Y Combinator and SDG Ventures and Google for Startups in climate change. We are very happy to be here with all of you today, and I'm completely available to develop any sort of partnerships, and maybe we can carry out or develop a hub of digital agriculture in the Americas. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Mario. This was definitely very interesting. It was a very interesting reality and proposal, and particularly with the objective of manage such a strategic resource, not only for the agricultural and livestock systems, but water as a whole. And the figures that you have shown us are truly inspiring. So we have concluded with the presentation by our 5 presenters. And now we have some time for questions and comments of information and that you may need. There's a question back there. Very well. Well, thank you very much.
I'm going to ask you first a question regarding soils. You are talking about the traditional method is very expensive to take sample and do the analysis. You do soil health. I looked at that, one of the criteria. You collect data on soil health. What kind of sensor you use or how you get those data? Because I think they're going to be pretty expensive and you need the old techniques. The second question I have for the other gentleman there, if I see you instalo todos los equipos.
If I install all the equipment in a farm for data collection, all the sensors, let's say 100-hectare farm, what would be the cost? I'm more interested to have data that you collect on the soil in terms of fertility and different parameters. What would be the cost of installing this equipment for a 100-hectare farm? Very well. Now you can answer the questions.
Health platform. So Lightfarm was designed as a platform where data can be brought in from below and from above. So we are integrated with things like the Soil Grids platform and different soil databases that exist that are open source. And then farmers can enter their own soil health data that they've either done through a soil test in a laboratory or through various qualitative soil health indicators, like for the FAO's tool for agroecology performance assessment or TAPE tool. So the idea is that indicators of soil health vary from location to location, from place to place. There's many different definitions of soil health. And so our idea with Lightfarm is it's not us that's going to decide what's a sustainable threshold. It's a tool for groups to set their own baselines and their own kind of comparative work to look at their sustainability over time. So for that, we're working with different groups in different countries who are defining their own set of criteria. They're collecting their own data, and then we're providing a place where they can co-locate that data with the farm management information to try to see the long-term impacts of a management decision on those soil health outcomes.
Hola, con respecto al costo,
Yes, hello. With regards to the
eh,
cost,
en términos simples,
in simple
en Instacrop
terms, in
inicialmente nosotros
Instacrop,
lo que hacíamos
at first,
era
what we
vender
were doing
el
was
hardware,
sell
vender
the
las cocinas.
hardware, sell devices.
Eso para nosotros
And
representa
that
todo
for
un
us
desafío
represented a
porque le estamos
challenge
trasladando el
because we are
riesgo al
transferring the
productor,
risk to the
que él
producer
invierta a
for
ojos
them
cerrados.
to
Y eso es
invest
difícil.
blindfolded,
Cuando
pretty much, and
aprendimos
that's
eso,
hard. And when we learned that,
nosotros
we
lanzamos un modelo de negocio
launched a
as a
business
service, como
model
servicio,
as a
ya no
service,
vender
not to
activos, no
sell
vender hardware,
assets,
sino
not
que
to sell
tú me
hardware,
pagas por un
but you
servicio.
pay to me
Y
as
de lo que tú
for
me
a service.
ahorras,
And
me
whatever you
pagas.
save,
Y en corto,
from what you
esto es
save,
algo
you
así
pay
como
me.
entre
So in
40 y
short,
60
this is
dólares
something
por
about
hectárea
$40
al
to
año.
$60 per
Es lo que
hectare
te
a
cuesta
year.
acá.
That's what
Entonces,
it
esa es una
costs.
respuesta corta.
That's the
Tiene
short
muchos if,
answer. It
hay
has
que ver
many
qué tipo de
ifs.
cultivo,
We need to
la
see the
zona,
type of
¿cierto?
crop,
Pero en
the
corto,
age,
ese es un
the
valor
zone, but
promedio en lo que cuesta
to summarize,
implementar,
that
y
may
esto se
be
paga
on average the
anualmente por
price,
campaña.
and this is paid per year.
Perfecto, pues muchas gracias. ¿Alguna
And
otra pregunta?
any other
Sí,
question?
ahí.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre
Or
es Jaime
perhaps.
Marín de
So
Ceiba
this is
Soluciones.
Javi
Somos una
Marin,
empresa
Ceiba
de
Soluciones.
ERP
We are an
de la industria
ERP
pecuaria.
company
Y quería hacer
of
una
the
pregunta
agricultural
a
and livestock
Ignacio
sector,
López de
and I wanted
Colín.
to ask a question to
Cuando
Ignacio
estabas hablando
Santos.
acerca de las
I wanted to
aplicaciones de
ask you, when
Autolink, la
you were
parte de
talking about the
movilidad,
apps regarding
planteabas un
mobility of
caso
AutoLink,
muy
you were
interesante de
posing a
la
very
lectura en los
interesting
niveles de agua en los
case, that
tanques.
is the
Quería
measurement
preguntarte
or lecture of water
si
in
tienes
the
algunas otras
tanks. So
casos de
if you have any
aplicabilidad de ese
other
tipo de sector,
examples of how
¿verdad?
it can be
Y también
applied in this
si han
sector,
podido explorar
and do you
algunos
also
medios de
provide
integración
any
con algunas
integration
otras
models
tecnologías
with
que
other
acerquen
technologies
precisamente
that
los
may
beneficios de
actually bring
movilidad
together
que
the
es tan
mobility
importante tener
benefits that are so
en este
important to
tipo de
have in this
industria
type
y
of
si has tenido
industry?
alguna
And
experiencia
have
con
you had any,
integraciones hacia
any
ERPs
experience with
como por
integrations
ejemplo los
toward
que
ERP like
desarrollamos
the ones
nosotros
we
o
developed
otros colegas en
or
el
other
mercado?
colleagues in the market have developed?
Sí, sin duda es una
Yes,
muy buena
definitely.
pregunta.
That's a very good
En
question.
cuanto a los niveles de
With
tanques,
regards to the tank
también
levels,
tenemos
we
aplicaciones
also
en niveles de
have
pozos para
apps
saber el
for
nivel
well
dinámico y el nivel
levels.
estático.
So we know the
También
dynamic and
tenemos niveles
static
de
level.
bajamar,
We
niveles de
also the
lagos, niveles de reservas
level
acuáticas.
in the water
Entonces,
reserves and lakes.
claro, cada uno de
So
esos
we
requiere
can
distintos
tell,
sensores,
and these
pero en
will all
realidad
require
el
different
diseño de la
sensors,
plataforma para que
but
sea
the
completamente
platform is
compatible
designed
con
to be
todo el
fully
tipo de
compatible
sensores
with all types of
disponibles en el
sensors
mercado.
available in the market.
No es que nos tengas que comprar un
It's not
sensor a
like you
nosotros,
have
sino
to
que lo que hace
get
es
a
que
sensor from
puedes
us.
utilizarlos.
You can use what
Y
you have
después, en
already.
cuanto a la parte de
And with
movilidad
regards
y
to
conexión con
mobility
distintos
and
otros
connectivity
sistemas,
with other
en sí nosotros
systems,
tenemos una
well, we
plataforma,
have a
pero
platform,
tenemos
but
también la API
we
donde se
also
pueden
have the
conectar desde
API
afuera
where
a
people can
recoger
get
los datos
connected to gather
y a
the
dar
information
comandos. Entonces,
and provide
es
commands.
100%
So it
útil
is
de
100%
otros
useful
sistemas,
from other
porque
systems
también tenemos claro de
because we
que
also
hay muchos
understand
sistemas de
that there are
inteligencia
many
artificial que van a
AI
requerir
systems that
información
will require
confiable
trustworthy
que también
information
pueden ser
that may also
hacer beneficio de el hardware en sí.
benefit from the
Entonces
hardware.
es un
And
beneficio
so
mutuo.
this is a mutual benefit.
Perfecto. ¿Alguna
Well,
otra
perfect.
pregunta?
Any other question?
¿Cuestión? Sí, allí.
Yes, over there.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosy Garita.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rosy Garita. Excellent presentation by all presenters. My question is, what was the biggest challenge that you faced for farmers to understand the importance of implementing digital solutions? Thank you.
Muy bien, pues la pregunta abierta.
It's an
así
open
que
question,
quien quiera.
so
Hola, gracias por la
hello.
pregunta.
Yes, thank you for the
O
question.
sea, creo que la
I think
principal
that the main
dificultad es cómo
difficulty
traducir el
is how to
beneficio,
translate the
porque
benefit,
realmente si
because
el agricultor o
if the
también,
farmer
digamos, la cooperativa
or the
no tiene un
cooperative
beneficio
does not
claro, inclusive
understand the clear
un
benefit,
poco más en el corto
and
plazo,
even in
pues,
the short
o
term,
sea, el proceso de
the
innovación que hagas, por
innovation
más fácil
process,
que sea,
regardless of
no
how
va a tener
easy it
éxito.
may be, will
Entonces,
not be
creo que
successful.
si
So
hay un beneficio
there
claro,
it has to be
eso
a
pues es
clear
una de las
benefit, and that
cosas
would be
donde creo que hay más reto de cómo
the biggest
trasladar y
challenge
cómo
to
lograr
transfer and communicate and the solution to support this initial sale that you did and what the benefit was. And the other point is, probably everybody went through this learning process. The second thing would be to use technologies that are too strange or far away from the producers. We started developing our own, and with the farmers that we work for or with have very low end cell phones with very little memory, and so we translated to technology that use WhatsApp. So we had a very interesting case. That is, the women producers that started using WhatsApp a lot from as of the pandemic to be able to get in touch with their children teachers. So that would be the second thing. If you're going to bring something from the outside, make sure you use something that the farmer is already familiarized with, not only in terms of work but also knowledge. Anybody else? Is one of the things that we found. We had two reasons. One is that our groups were already filling out way too many papers for their certifications, and this was translating a digital paperwork. It was easy to enter the app, but something else that I think is more powerful and enticing for the people who are still not getting certifications and things like that is their capacity to tell their own stories. So we have many cases of people who now feel acknowledged in the market because now they can present and communicate their production systems. They can get a certification, or they can have a trading project that they didn't used to have because they didn't know how to demonstrate their map or their carbon footprint record and so on and so forth. So this has been quite appealing to many people who didn't used to participate in a project. We have many experiences that the neighbors are already authorizing the app, even though they're not part of a project, because they realize that digitizing their production is important to communicate what they're doing, and particularly with also the youth of their families. The youths want to go back to the agriculture because it's more modern now. So we have many cases more social in nature, but we feel acknowledged. Well, thank you very much. Would anybody else like to say something? Well, for the case, just to mention Chile's case, I think that the main challenge was and has been the cultural one, because Chile has had the arrival of very sophisticated technology from the military that it fails, that's not liked, so to speak, and that happens in many countries in the region. So to avoid all this time of being able to give technology and to producers that they might not want, is how to win their trust. How can I come to a Mexican producer? I can spend $100,000 for a whole year making pilot projects and I'm not going to enter. But if I go with a partner that already understands the culture, understands the now, understands the financial part, and there is a long-standing relationship, I can use this person as a vehicle to reach the producer, and there that time frame is shortened. We are startups and we don't have times and resources. So again, we need to maximize that and see how I can adapt myself culturally and with whom. Yes. One question? We are running out of time. Okay, go ahead. Very short, please. Well, thank you and congratulations to the winners. Question, can you raise your hand if you are monetizing your digital solution? 1, 2. Out of the 2 who are monetizing, which of you 2 are profitable? Awesome. Congratulations. What would be the advice for those who are developing digital solutions? What has been the most important thing to fine-tune this business model for profitability purposes and success purposes?
Sin duda alguna es escuchar a tus clientes.
Definitely to listen to your customers. Make sure that you are wherever your client is, listen to their needs, their problems, understand how you can help them, and as of that, find a way to reach them. Because just as an anecdote, we started with an idea of saying, yes, perfect. We are going to do this with accommodate the format. We're going to tell the producer you need to pay 35. Oh, an accident, sorry. You have to have to pay $35. So they said, perfect, but I want to buy the device. I want to buy it and be the owner of that information and do it in whatever way I wanted to, not for you to tell me how to have to do it. So based on the information, I can do whatever I feel or I deem necessary. So we changed to a hybrid format where we sell the device, tell them, and then a data package. And that was just being able to listen to their needs. Okay, very briefly. Yes, I think that one of the main factors is seeing how we can go to product market fit as soon as possible. We lose our focus oftentimes because we are dealing with many things. So think about product market fit and keep that in mind at all times. That helps you reach there as soon as possible. And the second thing has to do with the vanity metrics. Many times for founders, hiring people is something positive. And they put in LinkedIn, we are 100 people. We open, I don't know how many offices. So that makes you burn money and never reach an even point or break-even point. So the product market fit and the vanity metrics, how to eliminate those and have a focus, laser focus on the metrics and what you want, because VCs are blind. It is harder now to get this money. So you need to be profitable, yes or yes. Yes, that was definitely a good question. Thank you. So thank you to our 8 panel members for sharing their experiences, their knowledge, and their commitment towards a more connected agriculture, more smarter agriculture, more useful agriculture, and more human agriculture. I think that the 3 parts of this table have shown that technology should be adapting to the needs of the sector and the producer and not the other way around. To put producers at the core of everything, listen, that's a word that we have heard time and time again. Listen, get close to them to understand what their needs are, the real needs. Be humble in terms, or to have easy solutions. Opportunity profitability is important as well, and generate trust in producers so that they know the value in data sharing lies, and for this to be transformed into information that will help them make decisions in a better way. So this is not a technological issue. Of course, there are many other dimensions for this problem. The problem has to do with the adoption of technology, and here we have talked about the many dimensions and factors involved. And we did not talk about digital revolution. We did not talk about the revolution of digital intelligence, but the revolution of agriculture using digital tools and the revolution of the agricultural sector by using the AI. And I think that that's the approach that can actually help us and help our producers increase that adoption rate of technology. This is a huge challenge and long way to go, but hopefully together we will be able to answer to the needs of this sector that needs us all. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Rosa, and all participants. Well, just to let you know that this is lunchtime now. It's going to be in some area in the front. Please follow the organizers to where lunch is going to be served. We'll tell you where it's going to be served. We have over an hour, like an hour 20 for lunch. We will be back at 1:45 p.m. to have another block like this, but focus on digitalization of technical assistance and outreach or extension. So remember that if you need interpretation, the devices are in the back, so you can use them and choose the language of your preference. And if when you come back, you want to sit in a different place from what you were sitting, it would be even better. So we can use the spaces here in the room, in the center as well. That's it. Well, thank you very much and good eats. Thank you. Yes, you can leave your stuff here.
O Randy. Sí, podemos.
Yes, we can.
Recording stopped.
Buenas. Buenas, ¿qué tal? Vamos a ir
Recording in
empezando esta
progress.
nueva sesión.
Good afternoon. Let us take our seats to begin the session.
Falta Denis en el panel.
We are still missing Davis for the panel. Dennis?
Vamos tomando asiento, por favor.
Please take your seats.
Vamos.
No.
Buenas.
Good afternoon.
Bueno, arrancamos.
Okay, let us start this first panel for the afternoon.
Digitalización de la asistencia
Digitalization of technical assistance and outreach. As we know, to improve the productive output of our agriculture producers, it is important to have good information. And one way to have access to this information is precisely through technical assistance. Typically, technical assistance was analogous, although it typically covered relatively limited proportions of producers. Perhaps 20–30% of the producers are the ones that really do have access to technical assistance in an analog manner. And digital transformation and digital technologies have given a new opportunity to socialize access to information. And with this information, producers can make better decisions. And these better decisions result in better results, either productive or economic or environmental or all of the above. For the afternoon session, we will begin with a presentation by Paul Winters. Just a second, Paul Winters, who is a researcher at the University of Notre Dame. His works on rural poverty, food insecurity, and policies and programs to address these challenges. Paul will present in English, so whoever needs a headset, please go pick up a device for the simultaneous interpretation. So, Paul, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for inviting me here. I've been working the last couple of years a lot on digital, but it's not my background as a researcher. And I've learned a tremendous amount, and I'm learning more again here about all the processes that are needed for digitalization. So I'm a professor at the University of Notre Dame, but I'm going to talk to you a bit about some work I'm doing that's funded by the Gates Foundation and the government of the United Arab Emirates on what's called AIM for Scale, the Agricultural Innovation Mechanism for Scale. And we're focusing on digital advisory services at the beginning of all this. And I'm going to explain a bit why and how I think this is a bit different. So this panel of objectives, these are the objectives that were sent to me. Ask us for new approaches for delivering technical assistance. And I want to argue that what we're trying to do with AIM for Scale is a different way of kind of looking at it, and also discuss the implications for the institutions that are working on that. And again, I want to talk a bit about that. To do this, let me go back to this morning a bit. Manuel, when he was talking, talked about digitalization as a cross-cutting theme and something we really need to do, right? So it's something that's been talked about forever. And it seems like we keep talking talking and not doing enough about it. So we have to quit talking and keep moving forward. Romina here raised this issue that's been fermenting in the Inter-American Development Bank, that productivity increase in agriculture in Latin America have slowed down. So the growth is slowing down, and it's not as broad-based as people think. Some countries are doing great, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Chile. Other countries, it's really slowed down a great deal. And so we need to do something about that, and digital should be part of that. Ignacio mentioned that we know the farmers are clear what they need and what they want. They want greater profitability. They want more cost effectiveness. They want things they can use. And so we have a sense of what they need. And then I think the best comment was from Federico, who said that what we really need is a second floor of digital agriculture. And I think that's a great case to be made. So we have that first floor, and up till now, we've had this process of kind of 1,000 flowers blooming, right? So this is appropriate. Digital was new. We've moved it. We have lots of startups. We have lots of government programs doing things here and there. We have civil society doing things. And we have all these examples of things that work, but we're still not taking it to scale. So there's a great deal of fragmentation. And so what I want to propose is some ideas about how we might get around this. So first on the evidence, so Aim for Scale focuses a lot on evidence, and the evidence is there that farmers will use this and there'll be benefits. And this is from a bunch of randomized control trials that have been done by economists around the world. If you provide weather forecasts, you see farmers will actually shift their production. If you provide pest advisories, they will change their practices. If you provide soil information on quality inputs, they will alter their behavior. Now you might say, and it's easy to convince an audience here because you've all seen it in your lives and in your work, but it is something that is not just impactful, but most importantly is cost effective, meaning that when you spend $1 in this from a societal perspective, you get a high return on this activity, which is why Aim for Scale is interested in it. So it's not just that it works, it's that the costs are very low in doing this. And generally, though, we're finding that while there are all these great examples of things that's working, broadly, there's a huge number of producers, particularly small-scale producers, that do not have access to digital advisory services. Some will blame the lack of technology there. I was just speaking with someone who's former minister in Africa, and she said she gets tired of hearing this. Everyone either has a phone or has access to a phone, and so that's not the problem. The problem is we're not giving the right kind of information. So we see all this evidence. We also see that A/B testing is very effective. So if you're not familiar with A/B testing, this is something that companies like Facebook, Amazon, all of those do when they do things online. They try, if I send a long message, will people read it? If I send a short message, will people read it? Which one gets read more? It's very easy to do with digital. If I send a link, do I send all the information in the message, or do I send a short message with the link? Which are they more likely to read? With digital, the cost of doing this is almost nothing because you have a digital platform. So tech companies do this all the time. And we also find that this is very helpful in learning how to get farmers to take things up, which is the best way to approach them so they actually respond, and for them following through on those kinds of activities. So there's all this evidence out there. The big problem that we have is that we're struggling to reach scale. As I said, there's millions of farmers not getting it. And this has led to fragmentation. I would say, I personally think, and you might not like this, that the fragmentation is worse in Latin America than elsewhere. In countries like India, they actually have a system that reaches 90 million farmers. A couple months ago, we sent out a message through the Indian government that reached nearly 40 million farmers that predicted when the monsoon was going to come, and we got it right. It was AI fast forecasted monsoon. It was sent through the Ministry of Agriculture, and now we're checking to see if they responded appropriately to that, but at least we're able to send the message to 38 million farmers. Ethiopia has a system with 6 million farmers, and they're trying to go to 18 million. I'm not aware of it, but and maybe it is the case, but we don't see that kind of scale here in Latin America as much. So we have a fair amount of fragmentation. So what can we do about it? Well, the idea of Aim for Scale is to try to coordinate different actors that are working in this space. And so what we're trying to do is to look at the different players. So right now I'm working a lot with the Inter-American Development Bank and Romina because they have projects that reach farmers in the field. So they do the delivery potentially of advisory services to the field. That is only one part of it, though. You need to know, is that information going to be any good? You need to make sure you have the platform on which to build this. You need to make sure that the different entities, for example, going back to weather, which we'll talk about a little bit tomorrow, you need to make sure that you're sending the right kind of information to farmers, that it is good weather information. So on top of the work we're doing with the Inter-American Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, and World Bank, we're also working with the WMO, and we're working with researchers and places like Google and NVIDIA to make sure we're getting accurate weather information. The Gates Foundation is putting funding into benchmarking weather. So to say, how do we know what the best type of weather information is between Google, NVIDIA, other companies that are doing things? How do you benchmark those? So we're doing that. In digital, I was up early this morning, sending a message to a Gates Foundation person in the hope that they're going to give us funding to try to do the basic digital platforms, open source type digital platforms, to create a community of practice around learning on digital that would be global, and to try to build up these things. So yes, I can work with Romina in Chile and try to do something very specific there, but then you don't draw the lessons across Latin America or other parts of the world. You don't make this bigger than that. So we're trying to do that at Aim for Scale. So going to digital, we've come up with this innovation package. We have a technical panel that is a mix of researchers and implementers. So Romina's on there. Erin, who I don't think has arrived yet, is on one of our technical panels. She'll be presenting tomorrow morning on weather. And these are the 5 elements we think are important. System and channels of farmers' reach. How are you going to go out and get to farmers, and how are you going to set up the basic systems? The basic digital public infrastructure, or the infrastructure needed to make sure that you have a system, those systems are operationalized. Content, so good weather information, good soil information, good market information, whatever you're going to do, you need to have good content. Behaviorally informed, farmer-centered services. Farmers do not take this up. Even in those studies that I show that show a big impact in cost effectiveness, you're still only getting 20 to 30% of farmers reading the message. You're getting a huge benefit because it's so cheap to send an additional message to farmers, right? The marginal cost, it's not like old ag extension where you send someone out to talk to someone. You're sending a digital message, so the cost is so low. So even if you have low take-up rates, you could still have this big impact. But it would be nice if we could actually get those take-up rates higher and do better. So these are the different elements that we have. Briefly, as I said, the systems and channels of farmers' research. So we need these foundational systems and delivery channels to reach each farmers at scale. We need the infrastructure, and we've had a lot of discussions in our technical panel. What kind of digital public infrastructure do you need that supports automation, integration, adaptability? You often talk to governments, and they have lots of different systems themselves, and so you need to try to integrate those systems. A good example is this Aadhaar program in India. They were set up just to do farmer registries for farmers, but what they ended up doing is setting it up so they could do everything. And when you talk to people on digital public infrastructure broadly, they always say you have to have your hook. What are you setting it up for? Weather information for farmers, soil information, what's the main thing? Market. But then when you set it up for everything. Every crop, every type of information you want to do, exchanges between. So it's kind of like a T model. You do it deeply in one spot, but then you think broadly so that you can add to it, rather than keeping to make these endless systems that we end up. Romina and I are working in Ecuador on a digital system for palm. It's a great system. We just published a paper showing it works well. Unfortunately, it's only good for Ecuador palm and nothing else. So it's a lost opportunity to do something a bit bigger. So the content, the behaviorally informed, and sustainability, as I said, these kind of learning models. Where we're trying to work in Latin America, we're working around the world with different entities. We're just starting out right now. We're hoping to work in Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and Chile. So we're hoping to dig down in those. But as I said, we're still working to decide on the details. And what are we going to do? The first thing we're going to do in each of these countries is an assessment. Where do things stand? Obviously, it's country specific. But again, always thinking of those bigger principles. We want to reach a huge portion of farmers If it's a large country, then millions. If it's a smaller countries, then 50, 60, 70%, and not just these smaller programs. So we assess where things are and figure out what foundational systems are needed, enhance digital public infrastructure, consolidate and validate the accuracy of relevance advisories. So ministries of agriculture have tons of information. Is it still relevant? Can it be digitized? How do you go through that process of making it valuable to everyone? This is good both for the short run in terms of digitizing the information, but also in the long term in terms of eventually using AI to have all that information. So once you have it, it's much easier to use for AI. Design and execute rapid testing protocols. So we're trying to ensure that we have these protocols and ultimately this community of practice with rigor evidence. I can't emphasize this enough in digital that you really need to create this culture of learning. This is what tech companies do. How do you continue to experiment and get it right and not just set up a system that's going to be very strict and rigid? How do you respond? And how do you set up a system that's good for the government and makes up for those advisory services, but it could also use for the private sector? Because there's no reason to make this mutually exclusive. You could make it so that both can be used. And again, this has been done elsewhere. Oh, sorry, I missed one thing. So this last slide, the last thing I wanted to say is for agricultural institutions that the main thing is to ensure that you have these different actors working together. So again, the example of weather that we'll talk more about tomorrow, weather information is created by the meteorological organization of a country. It's delivered usually by the Ministry of Agriculture, and getting people to give weather information that's appropriate to agriculture is complicated. So for weather information, you genuinely want short-term, medium-term, and long-term, right? So what's going to happen in the next few days, what's going to happen in a few weeks, and what's going to happen this season? Is it El Nino, La Nina? What's the general pattern? We've generally found the ministries that manage weather don't think in those terms. And so you have to talk to them. And then the same thing, though, is true of agriculture. They don't understand how you can use that weather, how it might be different, translating it to AgriMet information. So institutionally, there's a lot to be done to try to get the different groups together. Right now, we have a group from Chile that is in the United Arab Emirates being trained on AI-generated weather information. And I believe it's 2 people from the Ministry of Agriculture and 1 person from the meteorological organization. So the idea is to put them together so that they can learn about AI-generated weather information and go from there. So the bottom line is we've done a great deal to learn about how to do digital advisory services. We've seen already this morning some examples. We'll probably have some more coming up. But if we really want to go big on this, we really have to do it systematically and think of all the pillars that you need to ultimately create a package that's going to take this to scale so that millions of farmers around the world can have access to it. And so you can address those issues around productivity that are affecting Latin America. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Paul, for the presentation. Tenemos ahora
now we have a few minutes for questions. Brief. Perhaps 1 or 2 questions. Very interesting what Paul has mentioned about the fragmentation and and how that we face today. This has been very interesting.
Thank you very much, Paul, for this inspiring presentation. One point. In the past, I remember a study from the CTA on agricultural digitalization in Africa, particularly reports. It was said that one of the impediments to the scaling of advisory services was the understanding by especially small-scale producers that these services were already provided for free by governments, as a public good. Have you thought about this as one of the possible blocking factors in scaling? And what would be the alternative, the way through?
Well, I'm an economist, so from an economist perspective, a lot of this is a public good in the sense that there's a benefit to society in doing this. And part of why we dismantled advisory systems or extension systems in the past was that the costs were quite high and they weren't showing the kinds of benefits that we'd hoped for, partly because of the way they were being implemented. But we've withdrawn a great deal in terms of broader extension services, advisory services. The benefit of digital is that those costs are a lot lower. Once you set up the system, the costs of actually sending out messages, even tailored messages, are much lower. And so I would argue that there is an argument for a public sector system and scale, and that is the point. I should have said earlier, a lot of our work comes out of this Innovation Commission for Climate Change, Food Security, and Agriculture that I was also the executive director for. It's chaired by Michael Kramer, who won the Nobel Prize in 2019. So a lot of the work we're doing is around that. And he's regularly making this argument that, knowledge is a public good, and we should remember that. That doesn't mean the public sector should do everything, because it does have its own issues. But having a basic service that's a public good and funded by the government is reasonable, but also opening it up to the private sector. I mean, weather's a great example. In the United States, weather information comes from NOAA, but there's plenty of apps. I use AccuWeather, I use the Weather Channel to see if it's going to rain before I go out on my run. So you can do it in such a way that the private sector can use it, but a basic structure for that. And I think someone said earlier, I think it was Hannah, about keeping things simple. So a basic, simple structure for small-scale producers is what we're thinking of, but then allowing it to be open access so it can be used by others to make more complicated models.
Thank you, Paul. We have time for one question more. Short, cortito, por favor.
Thank you so much.
Short, please.
My question is regarding a little bit about the future. Let's think about this is going to help a lot to reach to small farmers all over. That's great. Each country has agriculture extension system already. Different stages, different kind of investment, resources, manpower. How you visualize that if this thing has to come, what kind of modification needs to be made in the agriculture extension system in terms of manpower, resources? I don't know how you can access the whole country. How do you envision that?
I do think we need to work that out a little bit. The example that we used in Ecuador, we did do farmer field days to augment the digital advisory services. So I think that we still need to work out somewhat of the complementarity between the two. But what you hope is that the reach is higher, that the ag extension agents themselves can help interpret information and provide some of the response. I mean, we talked earlier about AI, and every meeting I go to is about agricultural AI, farm chat GPT or whatever you want to call it. But if we're not reaching the farmers, it's not particularly useful, and we'll end up with the same problems we have now, that a lot of people aren't being reached. So it'll just create a greater digital divide with AI. But when you're developing these systems, part of them are I forget the term you use in AI when you have the users of it. One of the users is the ag extension agent. So the ag extension agent themselves to be able to interpret the information. So I see a lot of role for, one, promoting the digital advisory services in the first place, two, to checking the information and make sure it's locally relevant, and three, them actually being able to get a lot of information from elsewhere. There's a big effort. So part of the funding from COP28 that we got for InfraScale from the United Arab Emirates is to create Agri-LLM for using all the CGIAR data, the FAO data. They're getting data from all sorts of sources. So there'll still be a role for the extension agent for interpreting a lot of that.
Muchas gracias, Paul.
Well, thank you very much, Paul.
Pasamos ahora,
Now we're going to move
a la
on to
próxima
the next
fase de este
phase
panel,
of this
donde vamos a
panel, where
presentar,
we're
ya vamos a
going to
presentar,
be
tres
introducing
experiencias
three
provenientes del
public
sector público.
experiences.
La
The
primera, su
first
anfitriona es
one
Aline
is going to be
Branquinho,
by Aline
de
Branquinho
Embrapa,
from Embrapa,
donde integra el área de extensión
and
rural
she's
y asistencia
part of
técnica.
Specialists of
Sobre
Technical
todo impulsa la
Assistance,
adopción de tecnologías
and
digitales y metodologías
she
participativas para
supports a
fortalecer
rural
la
extension
agricultura
of technical
familiar y
assistance
la
area. In her role,
inclusión de
she promotes the
pequeños
adoption of digital
productores en los
technologies and
procesos
participatory
de
methodologies to
transformación
strengthen
digital.
family farming and the
Muchas
inclusion of small
gracias.
producers in the processes of digital transformation of agriculture. Thank you. I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to speak in Portuguese because I don't want to speak in Portuñol. So let me start with our problem. Only 20% of farmers, Brazilian farmers, have access to technical assistance and rural extension services, with a very big inequality. If we look at the southern area, Brazil has a 49% coverage, and the northern with only 9%, and northeast with only 7% of coverage. Okay, let me click here. Within this scenario, we are going to share with you our experience at Embrapa and our partners with the digitization of technical assistance and extension and how it contributes for us to have more access and technologies in the field. I am Aline Branquinho from Embrapa. I'm going to be sharing with you the experience that we had the Ater Plus Digital, which is an initiative, an interinstitutional initiative of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery of Brazil and the Ministry of Family Agriculture and Agricultural Development, with sponsorship of IDB, ICA, ANATER, and ASBRAER, which are agencies responsible for rural extension in Brazil. And Embrapa has been the one responsible for the leadership of this project that is now being incorporated in our company and with our partners in a program that whose purpose is to provide up-to-date and reliable information to support the implementation of Ater services online, facilitating remote and in-person actions. This Ater Plus Digital is a program of Ater Digital that started back in 2020 and had the financial support of IDB and ICA, and then after it was structured and after it defined its scope, it was launched in 2024. So this is a project that is relatively new, but that started with 7 topics. And which are the characteristics of the Ater Plus Digital? It is an online platform that organizes contents by topic of production chains and cross-cutting topics. And when we launched it in 2024, we started with 7 topics. And now we have 18 thematic pages that talk about beekeeping, poultry, pig production, papaya, mango production. We speak about different production chains and cross-cutting topics such as integration and forestry, climate change, all organized with diverse resources with appropriate language. The good thing is that when we talk about this, we take the content in a didactic language that is more accessible using different resources and contents in smaller size formats that can actually be shared. So not only do we provide resources, content, and tools for extension workers and producers, all resources that are there can be shared via email or WhatsApp mainly to build this bridge. And what we highlight here as the most important thing is that it does not substitute the technical on-site technical assistance, but it's a complement to the on-site presence. The extensionist sometimes saw the farmer, visited the farmer once a year, and after that, no assistance was provided. But this gives a space where contact can be kept with these farmers on a constant manner, and we can share updated and trustworthy contents. And the other characteristic of A30 Plus Digital, by having Embrapa, which is the Brazilian research center that is highly trustworthy and a state-of-the-art institution, it makes it trustworthy. And for the extensionist and the farmer, it is very important for them to go to Google and to any AI and obtain the result. But what we propose to them here is to provide these services from a trustworthy zone or source, and so that this can be accessible and in a easily learned way, and it can be easily understood by farmers. Now, talking about our outcomes, and as I had mentioned before, today we have 18 thematic pages available, 10 pages under development, and 4 digital tools available. I wanted to highlight here this graph that shows where we started in a very timid manner, only having 1,000 hits per month or visits a month, and then it has increased, and much of the communication has been done through the platform, and we went from 1,000 hits in April, and then we had 270,000 access last month in August. So we can see that it grew, and now we can talk about the next steps and the perspectives to the future. Oops, sorry, I won't be able to read that because it's illegible. But let me tell you about our future prospects. This is our challenge. Would anybody like to translate what's on the screen? So we have the challenge, the annual challenge of launching at least 8 new thematic pages per year and a digital tool. And when we talk about tools, we said that we can use tools like USAR that provides information that are trustworthy to help in the decision-making process of farmers. Another challenge, and this is something that I mentioned before, is to see how much we have advanced in terms of the number of visits. But now we can need to see who are those who are visiting our platform. So we want to include a login to qualify users. And so we can have one part with no need to log in and another part that needs to log in. So we can use that with other tools of the Brazilian governments for us to be able to qualify the users and see who's visiting us and who's having access to the information, and to integrate this in the future. As I said, the platform was launched in 2024 by itself. It does not guarantee that it's going to stand there, but we need methodologies so that extensionists can actually use the platform, and as a goal, we need to define that methodology for it to improve on an ongoing basis on how to use the platform to do this A30 digital. And another challenge that we have would be to implement AI. So we have a number of studies on how to integrate AI to be able to have our databases to Q&A for extensionists and farmers. And of course, I need to say that within our future prospects, we want to have sustainability for our project and strengthen our partnerships. And why do we believe in this partnership or in this platform? Well, we have taken a long way with another initiative with Embrapa, which is called the eCampo or eCampo, which is online training platform, Embrapa's online training platform, and we have democratized access to knowledge and technologies that Embrapa has. We have 200 training courses available. Most of them are free and is a free access. We are present in 99% of the territory, the Brazilian territory, that is in 5,538 municipalities, and only 30 municipalities do not have a user. And we are in 159 countries. So this is a strength, and we can see how this digital platform can democratize things and facilitate the reduction of inequalities in this field. So I urge you to all come and see our platform through this QR code. These trainings are also linked to our thematic pages of ATER Plus Digital, and this is also for you to be able to have access and navigate our platform, see how we organize those pages, and for you to look at our tools and the different resources that we have at your availability. Thank you. And at your service. Well, thank you very much, Alina. We are going to leave the questions to the end. So if you have any questions or comments for the presenters, please write them down and we will give you a chance to ask them in the end. Then we're going to introduce Carlos Martinez, who is a teacher and researcher at the Chair of Artificial Intelligence at the University of Córdoba. His work focuses on the application of artificial intelligence and data science to solve complex problems in different sectors, with a special interest in technological innovation and digital transformation. Carlos? Well, thank you very much. Greetings to all. And I'm so happy to be able to be here with you sharing knowledge. I need to say that my background has to do with IT mainly, but from this chair of AI and agriculture, we would like to tell you what we believe on. And the models and generative AI can actually provide to technical assistance and extension. This is not something that was developed as in a previous panel. We already showed what our collaboration is. So I'm going to be disruptive, and so I'm going to do this together with artificial intelligence because it's been adjusted for this presentation. It's a recording, but even though it is a recording of an AI that makes up the content, I can vouch for that content. Hello. Hi, nice to greet you. I can assure you that with AI, we are going to be able to change the way digitalization of technical systems and rural extension can happen. Would you like to see what you can show me in training? Well, with me, your trainers receive constant and personalized training. They adapt the contents to their level. I translate the things into a clear language, and then they can learn in practical scenarios. It's like having a teacher 24/7. Yes, but for that, I understand that you need to have description of our workers and detailed description of my crop. That sounds complex. How do you do it? Well, I analyze the profile of each person, their language, their native language, and the type of crop. With that, I generate explanations and examples close to home so that we can talk about complex models and practical cases. And that links us much closer. Well, you give complex models, that would be quite useful, but I insist, don't you need all that information? Don't you need to know the entire combination of profile users and profile of crops and context to be able to generate that support? I do not need all the cases beforehand. I can learn from real context. All I need to do is to be able to talk to a farmer so that I can hear about this person's experience and then I can adjust things to this person's situation. It is like tailored but instant. Training was one of the topics, and now I would like to understand if you can help me with the analysis of all the data that I have recorded in my system of my plot. How can you support me there? Yes, of course. I can process all your data, cost, sensors, weather, among others, and reducing this in a simple, easy way to answer. And I can tell you if there are risks as well. This is like having a financial agronomist in one, a financial expert and agronomist in one. Yes, okay, but I have my data distributed in different platforms and with different formats. Would you be able to put them all together? Yes, I can do that by integrating the sparse information. I take the information from different platforms, I unify them, and then I transfer them with alerts and recommendations. You don't have to fight with different files and reports. I give you the global information. Okay, yes, I like that global overview. And I would like to, what if I wanted to see some details of those data? Well, I can show you the summary for a clear understanding, but if you want to look this more in depth, you can give me the information of the details from your specific community to the inclusion of cost per input. You just tell me how deep you want to go. Well, I like that. I like that. What do I need? What do you need from me for you to do that? Well, I need controlled access. You can connect me via user account, a file, or through an API if the platform allows for it. I do not need to modify anything. I just need to read and organize the information. That's how I preserve the security of your data and I facilitate the global analysis of the data. So aside, you mentioned some climate data, but I don't have that climate data recorded. Well, that's where I play a bridge role. I can gather the information from satellite services and climate stations, local climate stations, and then I can do a crossover and look at what your plot is, and I can tell you whether you need to adjust irrigation or you need to use pesticides to control pests. I understand. Well, I can do this and compare results and give you clear reports. I am also going to show you and have faster learning and see what practices work better and which are useless. Well, this research that you mentioned, I'm interested in that. Can you help me do a scientific dissemination of the outcomes or a technical report of what we have done? Yes, of course. We can do this in a scientific format, organize data, graph methodologies in a clear and standardized manner. I can even suggest how to make a summary, articles, or for magazines or conferences or any media you need. In this way, things are not just left on paper, but they can also have an impact on the scientific community. Okay, I would like to move forward. Aside from what we have talked about, can you help me analyze my business model in a holistic manner from inputs to the end price, market? Well, yes, I can do much more. I can look at your internal costs with the market trends and real-time trends, show you specific scenarios. I also identify whatever is impacting your business and things that you can do to adjust yourself. It's like keeping your business in tune with the market, but you have not only talked about the product, right? No, not only that. I can follow the entire chain from inputs and logistics all the way down to the final price in the market. So you can see whether you're gaining or losing value and whether there's a better margin to improve science. Well, that sounds interesting. Can you give me an example so that I can understand it better? Yes, of course. Imagine that you use coffee. I analyze your fertilization and labor and transportation costs. I compare that with international prices of coffee, and I say that the increase in fleet is having more of an impact than the increase in the price of manure. So again, to renegotiate the logistic would have a better impact than reducing your input. Okay, thank you. So all of this is interesting. Aside from that, let me tell you that sometimes I have to draft technical reports that are taken for the proposal of new legislation. How can you help me there? There, I can help you by summarizing your reports in the clear, concise messages compared to international experiences. And I might even simulate possible economic, social, or environmental impacts for this draft or bill, giving keep ideas easy to communicate for decision makers. And lastly, you have mentioned environmental and social impact, right? Yes, I can show you how a new agricultural insurance may have an impact on farmers, or the introduction of digital practices may reduce the use of water and agrochemicals. With these scenarios, you can demonstrate not only the feasibility of the project, but also the social benefit and the sustainability of the policies. Okay, that's the end of the conversation with this person. But what I wanted you to see is that the pillars were training, data management, analysis of the entire value chain, and the generation of new policies, and how these policies would affect both at the economic level and at the environmental level and social level. And the idea is for all of this to be done speaking. My idea here is that what we have introduced in the field were not fertilizing or phytosanitary machines. What we have introduced in the field is knowledge that has translated into those fertilizers and machines. So nowadays, we have a tool that is capable of using that knowledge in a similar way to the way humans do. And that's all. Thank you.
Interesante, Carlos.
It's
Y
very
qué original
interesting,
también
Carlos,
la
and how
presentación.
original your
A mí me convenció.
presentation. I was convinced.
Sí, ahora Denis Oliveira.
Okay, now we're
de
going to
Fundación
listen to Denis
Solidaridad.
Oliveira from
Denis es
Solidarity
gerente
Foundation. Denis
de
is
soluciones digitales
a
de
member of
Fundación
Solidarity
Solidaridad, donde
Foundation, where
desarrolla
he develops
iniciativas
initiatives
orientadas al
aimed at
fortalecimiento
community
comunitario y a la
strengthening
promoción
and the
de
promotion
proyectos
of
sociales con
social
impacto
projects with
territorial.
territorial
Su trabajo
impact.
se
His
centra en
work
impulsar
focuses
la
on promoting
participación
citizen
ciudadana y la
participation
articulación con
and
diversos
articulation with
actores
various
para
actors
fomentar la
to foster
inclusión,
inclusion,
la sostenibilidad y
sustainability,
la
and the
construcción de redes
construction of
sociales
solidarity
de redes
networks.
solidarias.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am going to elaborate on what my colleague from Brazil said, and my presentation is going to be in Portuguese just to guarantee the representativeness of our language in this summit. Okay? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be with you here today. I am going to tell you about an experience that we had in 2023 and 2024. Solidarity is an international civil society organization with more than 50 years of history and operates in 48 countries. It works in different countries in Latin America, and we have a unit in Brazil, an office. Now, next, our main action focus is the strengthening of value chains, and we work together with national, private, public organizations, cooperatives, farmers associations in order to strengthen the agriculture and livestock sector and follow up products with greater sustainability in the market. In Brazil in 2012, we started with a digitization activity, a project whose objective was to develop a platform that would support the farmer, rural farmer, to look at their production performance and from there to get some customized work. The project was small, but it grew. Here we have a historic line so that we can look at the context of our work up to today. In 2016, we migrated to the mobile telephones technology with different apps. And in 2019, we went to Rural Extension, which is connected to the field database registry. And compared to what we said this morning, our focus is at gathering information on content management. And in our case, we work with families and we also work with small farmers, but our focus is small scale, definitely. So we have low education levels, basic education levels, and maybe most of them are 40 or 50 years old. So they are a bit older than the average, which is different to what happens in the other parts of Brazil in the rural areas. So in 2024, we reached over 28,000 producers assessed in Latin America in different projects of ours, together with private and public organizations. And as a counterpart, we also generated for our partnerships a classic model of dashboard without monitoring, intelligence for strategic development and the improvement of technical assistance program. And with this story in 2024, we started with a solid initiative that I want to explain to you during this presentation. This digital strategy is to develop a platform, a tool with different tools for specific users, all interconnected. And our project took place in the Amazon part of Pará with a population that already specified. And in this experience, we found ourselves faced with a big difficulty to do a board for them to be able to use the tools, regardless of which they are. We have a great case of success, which is WhatsApp, which is not ours, but it is a case of success because WhatsApp in Brazil, almost all producers have it. Another case of success in rural areas are social media. And this is a case that goes beyond generations because producers from different ages use social media. And so the problem that we try to touch upon is how to involve these farmers to digital platforms. And the other problem would be the high cost for the adaptation of technical contents and the trust of these farmers in this technical content that is being provided to them. So technical assistants spend lots of time trying to get their trust so that they can believe on what we're telling them and recommending to them. So we have those two things. And as we did, since we did that, here, our Professor Ignacio, we're able to listen to our producers. We sit with our producers before anything else. We ask them about their main problems, their main challenges on a day-to-day basis. We asked them how they thought digital tools can help them. And that's where the idea arises of developing a methodology that consolidates digital innovation that is not so innovative. It is a digital app associated to a social innovation. We carried out co-creation workshops with farmer groups in this territory. We identified with them which are the practices and what are the most important practices. We adapted how these practices can disseminate their neighbors to their neighbors. We've been there since 2014 in that territory, and we assisted many families. And we also train a group of 5 youth and 2 extensionists in the production of audiovisual content for social media. So the idea is to carry out a methodology that the people who live in that community and representatives of the territory be the creators of the content. That was the initiative of Solis.
Na qual as próprias pessoas das comunidades fossem os responsáveis por fazer o conteúdo técnico e disseminar essas práticas, veio dos produtores. Foi uma ideia que nós captamos dessas oficinas de
So we see the creation offices, and there's a process, a pilot project. Then we looked at what has been done in the ecological practices of that group of content, and this group now is called ambassadors for those people. And then they are the creators of content, and it's our group, our focal group, that is help us to know what has been done with the people and what works, what doesn't work, and we can see what's happening in the community. And here we can see what the youth are doing, talking about the practices that we are recommending, practices of agroforestry and disponibility and having a good practice.
Então, a gente, na prática, tentou digitalizar processo que a gente faz em campo normalmente, que é esse processo de extensão rural, que é de assentar num território, de construir relacionamento de confiança.
Basically, we are building a relationship of trust through demonstrations, disseminating practices of a digital tool. So here we executed this in 2023 and 2024, and we are in the expansion agenda. And we have to reproduce this technology, bringing together social and digital innovation in other territories so that we are aware of what the different territories are doing and connect all of these to provide training for local youth so that they can they can propagate and spread the practices that we need to present to producers. The idea is to not overcome rural extension work. No, we want to increase the capacity of the technical experts to disseminate all this knowledge. And the tool itself was developed together with the technical experts. Those offices were developed with their participation, and they also prepared content for that platform. And the option to develop the in-house tool was basically a recommendation of the producers themselves. They basically shared with us that if we followed the path of opening up Instagram or TikTok or a YouTube channel, that could ensure that they could begin to see a technical advice much faster instead of seeking other content, and thus ensure that we have total control over the protection and content of the information exposed. It is important for them to have their own tool. Basically, that is it. Here we have some of the initial results. With the participation of other organizations shows the potential of this initiative. So this is all. I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Denis, por la presentación. Tenemos
Thank you
ahora
very much for the presentation. We have a few more minutes for questions.
Levantan la mano y les acercamos el micrófono.
And let us raise your hand and we can send you a microphone.
Buenas.
Hello.
Básicamente,
Basically,
creo que
I believe that a contrast here between extensions services aside from the digital part and the extension services to lower cost. If we're talking about lowering costs, basically we mean that the beneficiaries of that technical assistance will be the poorer people, and we would be basically expanding the gap. But by supplementing it, it is not the same, and I believe we should work on that. Could any of you respond? I really did not understand. No, I did not understand the end of your question, the last part. Okay. If digital extension is used to lower costs, would that not cause a Class B extension as compared to Class A in person? And if these are different strategies to supplement or to compare? Who wants to give it a step? Well, I can. Your question is very relevant. This is our concern too. As an organization involved in offering quality service to our producers. So I recommend that, well, the idea is basically to increase, not to expand capacity instead of replacing it. Basically, for scalability, well, we must think of how can we reach more producers with a low investment, working with the private sector, which perhaps is not interested in investing that much in technical assistance, and they're very much interested instead in working on raw materials and fighting deforestation. So we must connect technical strategy with these other strategies in the private sector, and have a limited, with the limited investment of the governments to reach pure extension. And this, I believe, is very much aligned with what Eileen from Embrapa mentioned. We need to increase capacity, but in as much as possible without having a negative impact on quality. I know this is very difficult, but that would be the ideal. We have to reach that middle point. Carlos Farias? Yes? There is concern regarding the use of artificial intelligence that does not reach all sectors. So very likely the use of that artificial intelligence will expand that gap even further. But as I said at the beginning of my presentation, one possible use of that artificial intelligence is precisely to disseminate all that knowledge and with that reach further levels, more and more levels. Interesting idea is that artificial intelligence, good models use the natural language quite well, and very likely they can lower the level or adapt to the context of the user they are reaching. For example, the message that reaches one user will receive an answer, "I do not understand the question. Say it in other words." With the generative system, access to that information will not be to read the same information of the same document again. No, that information will be rephrased, reworded, and examples that are closer to the user. And we still have to struggle to that, to not increase that gap. Thank you. That is a very relevant question. This is very interesting. When we talk about this, resistance begins with the extensionists themselves. They fear they will be replaced and no longer be needed, and that is why when we present this proposal on the platform, we explain this is not about substituting or replacing, but instead supplementing. Why supplement? Well, this is a continuous training tool for extensionists. This is a tool. And this is a big challenge to adjust the wording. This is nothing trivial. We need to translate scientific research and state-of-the-art technology in such a way that we do not increase the inequalities. How can we translate that into wording that is comprehensible for the extension workers and for farmers that usually do not have any access or that do not even know how to read? Why is WhatsApp so interesting and of great interest in Brazil? We don't even need to write. This is just an audio. So today, we use so many different resources. We use audio visuals, videos, short videos, with a more down-to-earth wording to encourage learning, because we're talking about tools to disseminate knowledge and effectively foster learning. This is a challenge to convince, that is the word we should seek. Convince extensionists so that they understand that, for example, that the digital app will become a solution to provide quality solutions, and they can have a dialogue interested in that. We are somewhat tight time-wise. Okay, one specific question for Paul regarding the process to select the projects in which you take part. And then a question for Arlene or for Carlos, any of the two, because both of you have talked about convincing extensionists so that they can be part of the effort. Could you tell me a bit about the process, how you went about in time and quality, what strategy, what activities did you undertake to convince them to get involved? Because sometimes we see that producers do need that digital literacy, but the process of literacy of the extensionist is also very important. So what internal strategies did you follow to strengthen the extensionists and their effort? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks. I should say we're in Latin America, we're very early in the process of doing this, so we still have to convince the extension agents. The questions, I mentioned the study we did in Ecuador, where we were complementing the digital extension with farmer field days. So the extension agents were doing the farmer field days and telling them about the digital advisory services. And so we were using it as a complement and in a way to expand the reach of extension agents. To me, what you were just saying a minute ago is we should really think of digital advisory services as a mean to extend even further the impact of extension agents. Right now, the evidence on just using extension agents isn't always that great, but that's partly because they can't reach so far. So if we could expand their reach through digital means and figure out ways to complement, and the question that was asked earlier about this as well, then we could have a bigger impact. So I think that's something we still need to work through. Right now, we have all this digital efforts, and then we still have existing extension systems that aren't working well enough together. So we have to figure out how we can do that.
To add to this, in our case, this is also a work in progress. Why work in process? Because although the platform is quite recent, the implementation strategy is still a challenge. It's still a challenge in the sense of partnerships, because Embrapa, as a research institution, is not responsible for the extension part. So we have to work to strengthen the rural extension agencies and for the implementation of the methodologies themselves. We have already undertaken 3 pilot projects that were very successful, in fact, because the extension agents were able to identify how this tool really helps with continuous training and learning. And the person knows the people know they will find material, good quality, good wording that has already been pre-selected, and this is something reliable that they can share with the people they are doing the extension work with. We have started and continue to work very well. Okay, and applause for our excellent speakers. Now,
Luis Miguel González,
Luis Miguel González, Rodolfo Baca, Priscila Terrazan are our next speakers.
En este segundo bloque o tercer bloque,
In the second or third block of this session, we will be listening to a series of private sector initiatives and experiences, startups. The first speaker is Luis Miguel González from TecDe AI. Luis Miguel is from Colombia. They work on artificial intelligence-based solutions for agriculture. The winner of the 2025 edition.
Hola, buenas tardes a
Hello,
todos.
good afternoon, everyone. I am Luis Miguel González from Colombia. I represent TecDe. Here we develop technology to help the agro industry. There are three major issues that from our company we have seen have been cross-cutting and vertical throughout the sector, provide agricultural assistance to collaborators and producers for large and small businesses, maintain traceability of field trial, which are usually organized in bunches of paper that need to be digitized, and predict harvest yield. That will help us better understand the future financial flow of the agro-exporting firms. On these three issues, I would like to highlight what is most important. As developers, as institutions, we have not yet been able to democratize access to digital agriculture tools. There are different types of tools that can help us, but they are not within reach of the smaller growers, and this is a limitation, preventing them from growing and generate more profitable and sustainable products. In TecDe, we have developed called Harvest. This is a WhatsApp digital agronomist. This provides technical assistance for forecasting harvest and propose a series of actions. How does it work? Out in the field, producers, collaborators of large or small companies capture data. The data could be videos, photographs, text, audio through WhatsApp. In the back, on the cloud, Harvest integrates this and analyzes this at the farm level, correlating a base of its own agronomical knowledge with the farm context. And through WhatsApp or through a web application, we centralize and allow any person to understand the context of a specific plot or a specific crop. Based on that information, we combine all this AI to move it through a high potential challenge that can reach everyone. And that is very easy to use. So they can ask in real time and receive a response by Harvest. And our biggest difference is that we can use videos that help us to forecast and better understand the phytosanitary situation of a crop. We use a tool that covers 4 groups of data, the deep learning, harvest historical data, climate projection, satellite information, and computer vision. This helps us all to basically reduce error related to forecast. And with these 4 layers, we can continuously correct in a matter of weeks and months and even years and harvest a crop. Forecast a crop. And this we share on the web app. Basically, there are multiple chats for the multiple farms. Through Harvest, we centralize this, and the field directors or the people in charge of an operation can make faster informed decisions. They can see the harvest forecast per week and warnings of pests and weather conditions. And all of this we combine with 2 things through a simple system where you can ask in natural wording, and Harvest will respond the current status of a plot or an operation. We work with several sectors developing algorithms. We cannot help everybody at this time yet, but we have developed some algorithms that help us work on avocado, coffee, citrus, and sugarcane. We are now beginning with a technical license for livestock. We have, over the last 5 years, ever since we launched into the market, we have had 550 users, Westphalia Fruit, Alquería, Senicaña, and Managro Fresh. We work with their internal collaborators and particularly with the small growers. So what we do for them is help them to get data from the small growers to predict yield of their assets, whatever they produce. A story of success I like to share is Westphalia Fruit, where currently we are integrating our system to more than 100 small associated producers, analyzing 4,000 videos, and we have a harvest prediction with 98% accuracy. We work with the cattle dairy farmers to optimize the use of pasture lands. We can analyze basically a plot and optimize a pasture land rotation, for example. Today, we are facing many challenges. The most important one is to democratize this technology. We seek to have Harvest open for all, a simple version that will allow everyone to have access to this knowledge and that will allow small producers to enjoy the data, make use of that data. And we are adding a more important component for us, which is a deeper view relating videos and images with specific characteristics of crops. For example, the draw matter in avocado, or how ripe blueberries can be, colors and textures, all of this to use machine learning and establish those indicators that are very difficult to establish nowadays. We're also working on a system to turn this into a direct channel for input to obtain inputs and manage remote analysis for credit traceability purposes. So I invite you so that amongst all, we can democratize digital agriculture to drive yield. Scan the QR code so you can talk to Harvest free of charge.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Antes de pasar a la próxima
Before we move to the next presentation by Rodolfo, I would like to open up the floor for perhaps one question, and well, there will be more time at the end, but if there's any specific question you have right now, go ahead.
Sí, sí. Ahora, dale.
No microphone, no microphone.
Hay que apretar el botón.
Okay, here. in line with monetization. You are monetizing within the productive chain with the buyers. That is the way I understand this. And the value you are monetizing is based on increasing productivity of the buyers, basically. This is a model where you are reaching small producers, but through the buyer in this productive chain. Could you tell us a bit about your experience in that and how to enable further collaboration in this effort? Okay, very well. Thank you, Sandra. Well, basically, we monetize through the larger marketer. This major producer. Well, they produce the dairy and assets, and they work with 13,000 smaller dairy producers. So we go back to Alquería, our client, our customer, and they use all the data to obtain information, and we provide technical assistance to the producers in benefit to maximize and ensure they remain with Alquería. And we provide some co-financing to smaller producers where they can pay off 20% per month, and we give them all the technical assistance that Alquería has to offer. This is a hybrid model, and we also work with some government agencies, and amongst all, we co-fund the tool. But this is the large producer, the buyer, is the one that funds most of it. Thank you. One more question, briefly over here. Very quickly. Very good, very interesting, by the way. I would like to ask about how to ensure data quality, assuming that this has to be strictly related to the good agricultural practices, because you were mentioning that we could have a harvest estimate, but in the event we have a productive system or a little homogeneous crop, these could be scenarios that could become a multi-scenario process. Yes, that has been very complicated. Yes, we have applied a series of methodologies. We have A/B testing on the way in which we capture and submit data, and that A/B testing, we have filtered it to the point where we can already assign a specific methodology for each producer, how to send and submit the data, send and receive the data. We have some control variables as location that we request, and for example, the way in which you must enter data and data that do not comply with the minimum requirements are rejected, basically, to remember the LLM of the system. Very good. Well, thank you very much. And now with this, we move to the next speaker. There will be more time for questions for all at the end. Now we will hear Rodolfo Vaca from Fincatec, another winner of the 2025 edition. He is the founder of Fincatec, based in Nicaragua. They develop innovative solutions and combines IoT, sensors, etc. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Both. Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be with all of you here today. I am Rodolfo Vaca, and I am the founder of Fincatec. Fincatec is a company dedicated to giving smart agro-technical assistance, particularly in small and medium-sized producers. We act as an interconnection, multi-platform space between digital technology and the producer. This is the second floor that exists between the technological world and all the platforms that are flowing at the speed of light. And we are a team that interprets this information, processes it, digests it, and delivers it to the producer for them to be able to make decisions. We have made some great effort in developing a personalized technical assistance model that looks at the sewing plans of all the producers that we work throughout the production cycle. So we look at all the crops that are being monitored, we update the information, and we deliver reports to the farmers. And if we were to find an alert or a situation of emergency, we go to the field and we do the necessary inspections. So in this way, we say that we bring technology closer to the field, to the producer. We try to reduce the complexity that exists in the cloud by providing this information in a clear, digestible manner or format. We are convinced that the small and medium-sized producers are faced with many difficulties to overcome the digital gap. And so we believe in our model, and we think that we can then accompany the producer throughout this time. We are growing and learning at the same speed as the producer. So we provide technical assistance, but at the same time, we are accompanying the producer in his or her learning process and reducing the learning gap in the different lots in the rural areas. We want to identify ourselves as a strategic ally of producers. So FincaTech is offered to producers as a strategic partner that helps them identify the digital and technological solutions needed by the producer for him or her to have an impact in his or her production. So through this, we want to get closer to producers, and we learn together throughout the entire process, transformation process. What makes us different is that we have a technical assistance model that is landed. Landed because it tries to bring down all this information and data located in the cloud to bring it to the crops in the fields. So through this technical assistance model, we try to respond to the specific needs of producers to try to find which are the available technological solutions in the cloud that may be adapted to the traditional practices of said producers. We think that it's necessary to adapt these conditions to the realities of the environment because each agricultural environment is different. And we want to see in what ways we can adapt these conditions and solutions to work in said environments. And we try to adjust to the rhythm of the learning process of the individual, of each farmer, because this technical transfer process, this learning process has different responses in each producer. So we need to go hand in hand to this learning process and this transformation process that is quite slow, in fact. Within our model, we say that through our services, we provide technical assistance in agriculture to producers, and we calculate that 1% of the production cost per hectare is the cost of our technical assistance, and we hope to generate a 15% return by the reduction of risks and the reduction in the use of inputs and the increase of yield. From FincaTech, we are convinced that the key lies in humanizing technology because each crop is different. We cannot just use canned products. We need to transform and land this. So this is our model. That's the scheme of our model. In the center, we have FincaTech. We have a center operations center, and we have technical assistance, smart agro, geographical information system, and architecture in the cloud. Through this team, we try to identify these solutions that may adapt to the needs of farmers. We have some technicians in the field that assist producers in the case of an emergency, in case they need a field control on whatever we identified with the satellite monitoring. And we also do the assistance remotely as well via WhatsApp. We work at the crop level. We are developing our own protocols for the care of crops. We work by country or agricultural region and product or service. Our solution is the Smart Agro. Our main role is the satellite monitoring of crops. We accompany farmers throughout the entire production cycle. We provide precision irrigation through FincaTech Monitor, which is a soil sensor developed by FincaTech, and we're trying to integrate this monitoring service with the management of agricultural insurance and precision foraging management. So we have a competitive advantage as providers of technical assistance because we're present in the field. And that leads to a great number of solution opportunities. We work hand in hand with the producers to identify said solutions. And in this way, we can realize how we can potentiate our capacity, because sometimes we detect needs and we can then incorporate those needs within our products and services. Users are mainly small and medium-sized producers. We work with agriculture or farmer cooperatives and farmer associations, and we also work with agricultural communities that are smart, as we call them. Our outcomes, so far we have monitored 500 or 5,400 hectares. We have done some early detection of pests and diseases and weeds, optimization of transplantation, use of water, and monitoring of the water stress areas. And we have done this in Nicaragua, and we had added a cacao cooperative in Angola. And we are in the second generation of our consultant staff of FinTech Agro. We meet with them, we prepare them, and then they meet with our rest of staff through the technical assistance program. So to grow, we want to extend regionally, continue developing strategic partnerships, position FincaTech Monitor as a manager for precision irrigation, and also talk about Finca VMR, which is a product that we're developing. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I went ahead my time a little bit, went over my time. Well, thank you very much, Rodolfo. Questions for Rodolfo? We have a few minutes. We're good. Oh, there's a question over there. Yes, thank you for your presentation, Rodolfo. I have a question. I'm curious. One of the most pressing needs for agriculture is definitely, as you have identified it, identify the characteristics of the soil via sensors and sample taking, direct sample taking. So what is your proposal specific for soil monitoring? What is the technology that you use? Sampling? FincaTech Monitor is a sensor for soil humidity that has IoT connectivity. So we have been developing all this. We are still in an advanced prototype. We use the LoRa communication protocol, and the idea is to be able to provide coverage to precision irrigation management with FincaTech Monitor. The idea is to install the sensors and provide cross information with the satellite images to identify management areas in terms of irrigation and be able to place a certain moderate number of sensors, because we compare the information with the one read by the system at the reticular level, at the root level, and plus a temperature and humidity sensor at the plant level, not only at the root level, and then we download this to a dashboard. The idea is for them to make the decision, or have the capacity to make the decision on when to administer irrigation in a more precise manner. We are with FincaTech Monitor, we're still on the growing process. Hi. Yes, good afternoon. Rodolfo, you were saying that One of the strategy by Fincatec is to humanize technology and work hand in hand with the producer, which have been the cultural, organizational challenges that you have had in Nicaragua with regards to the cost of opportunity and that effort, human effort that needs to be done with the customer. Because for these processes to be able to be integrated and have a well down to earth outcomes, it requires a commitment of both parties. So what have been the challenge that you have faced at the cultural and organizational level to be able to do this very interesting symbiosis that you're talking about? Well, I definitely think that we all share the same challenge. There's much resistance by producers. They still do not trust the data, definitely. I have managed to understand that they do not trust on the weather forecast even. So this is much more complicated when we try to convince them for them to trust satellite and sensor data. So this is a huge challenge. We have made a great effort. We have started operations through a pilot concept test. We do the test, we see how it works, and if it's successful, we replicate it, and then we think of longer term contracts. The agreements for the concept test pilots have been successful so far. As I was saying, we have been learning little by little. We producers still do not see the impact that this may have. But once they identify an advantage, once they see that they can foresee some risk situations, they start trusting technology. So the biggest challenge is producers' resistance. There's a difficulty in reaching also the producer. So we're trying to have a more cooperative level approach, an association level approach. And this has been quite successful when our spokesperson is not only the owner of the plot, but also a manager, agricultural manager or consultant that administers or manages several plots at the same time. So when we add this value to the consultant slash farmer that provides consultancy to several farms, they have that tool, and this allows us to reach more producers. So yes, this way to interact with agricultural managers, agricultural administrators, consultants, and extensionists, I believe they're going to be the ones who will receive these tools and these trainings first, and they will allow us to reach in a more effective and faster manner to producers. Yes, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Rodolfo. Now we're going to give the floor to Priscila Terrazan, that belongs to the Brazilian company AgroTrace, also a winner of this edition, which promotes digital solutions that strengthen transparency in agricultural value chains, integrating traceability and data management tools to improve the competitiveness and sustainability of the sector. Good afternoon. I'm not going to be able to speak in Spanish. Good afternoon is all I can say in Spanish, so I'm not going to bore you with my Portuñol. I'm going to speak in Portuguese. The AgroTrace was generated with 4 people who founded the Biosystemic Agronomic and Veterinary and Zootechnic Institute that worked in farms and small and medium-sized farm producers and work with the view of having sustainability during the attention. And so people who take rural extension and that have over 2,000 extensionists registered, over 100,000 technicians in the field all days. So when we started providing this technical support, we visualized the world that we had, and this helped us, or led to a number of challenges. And we saw that these producers are within the legal compliance, that they comply with their environmental guidelines and social guidelines. So how are we going to be transparent in this data. And we also have the issue of food security. So all of this was work with technical consultants that look at the needs and also are accountable for these matters. And so we were able to see how we can work on the risk management on data by having better traceability and being more efficient. And with that, we were able to have some metrics to measure the dimension of the producers that we were working with. So we created the IBS as an institution for the third sector. So we're an NGO that works with competencies, organizing processes, investing in technology, and that's how we created AgroTrace. Since 2006 with IBS, which is a rural development institution that supports producers and supports them for them to be qualified and certified to enter the food chains and provision chains. And so we wanted them to have better results with more transparency. And this is a project of biodiesel, where we have a public policy in Brazil with regards to biodiesel that works directly with family workers and soy producers back then. And by providing them with tools. So in those years, a number of certification protocols and sustainability products were introduced to be able to have outcomes for our customers. And what did we deliver with AgroTrace? We foresee the production, we see what the foods are going to be in the food chain, we see what is going to be the crop like, what size it's going to have. And how can we do this? Through conformity indexes or indicators. So they need to look at the sustainability standards, legal provisions, and we have developed a complete methodology that provides security in terms of data and also in terms of the process for for all the people involved. And so we asked ourselves a question. Today, we asked ourselves, do we have a team that can guarantee information security or data security? Well, you go into the platform, you register yourself, and then he says, let's say Rodolfo is a producer. So we go to the field, we give him a diagnosis based on the protocol that we have. It can be an organic protocol, it can be a reinforced alliance. And then we draft an action plan with a recommendation report, and we see what is the likelihood and the time to be able to provide them with technical support all within the platform, and then we get the outcomes. Sometimes we can change a technical person in mid of the process, maybe somebody who knew it all, and then we had to switch this person. So we do an offline technical visit. Everything is recorded, and the technical recommendation is issued at that time. And it can also be a company. Sometimes people do not have access to cell phones. Only when they go home, they see it. So they can print it out and they can take it with them so that they can buy their inputs and see how it's going to work. And we have different stages. We have the producer's app that can or cannot be used in a project, but you are always going to have your action plan at hand. And we did this through a planning process. And then the person starts moving through levels. So if this is a producer, a gold producer, so to speak, and they want to produce Ranquinho or something, they can go and answer a number of questions and provide a different proof of evidence, and they can say, well, Priscilla, here I have some more evidence. Can you please validate it? And as a technical consultant, or I can see it, validate it, and then the person will increase in terms of level, and now they have an updated action plan for the customer. in the agricultural and livestock industry, we need to analyze their entire process. And this is also important for those who develop public policies and want to work with local development. They need to look at the data, and we need to see the social and environmental aspects and see what the profile is and then qualify them based on the level of need or client or protocol. So we do all this monitoring in real time, and I wanted to have 10 more minutes to be able to show you all the farms that are all being already geo-referenced and the legal system. We also have a permanent protection area in Brazil. So this is what I wanted to show you, at what level the producers are in the region, and be able to filter in whatever way you deem most useful, by product, by consultant, by group of producers, by type of product. And we can do this any way we want. Some of our customers today, all in Brazil, are all located in Brazil, and these are the types of crops that we work with. It's quite dynamic. We care for many products, for producers with many different products throughout Brazil. These are some of the big programs. We have lots of producers registered in the biodiesel program of soy, and then we have the cocoa program as well. And the vision is to expand to other markets and be able to include other companies under the governments and institutions in Latin America within our platform. So this is my contact information. I apologize if I spoke too fast. And here is my contact information. If you want further information, I'm going to be here all day, all week long. Thank you very much, Priscilla. We move on to the questions.
Buenas tardes. No, mi pregunta
Good
es para
afternoon. My question is for Luis Miguel. May I? Okay. You can ask the question, but I don't know if there's any question for Priscilla at this time.
No, vale.
No? Okay. Go ahead.
Bien, gracias.
Well, thank you.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Decía que mi pregunta es para
What I was
Luis Miguel en
saying
el área
is
de
that my
ganadería.
question is for Luis Miguel in the area of
Luis Miguel
livestock.
anteriormente que
Luis Miguel
dan
was mentioning that
asistencia a
they
ganaderos,
provide support to livestock
prediciendo la
producers
disponibilidad de pasto
by
para
looking
planificar
at the foreseeing the
el
possibility for
Sabemos que en
pasturing.
el caso del pastoreo, pues,
We know that
la
in
disponibilidad de
pasturing,
pasto
the
es cambiante
availability of
durante el año,
pastures
porque
is
cada mes,
changes
inclusive
throughout
cada
the
semana.
year, throughout the month,
Me
and
gustaría
throughout the
saber
week even.
cuál es la
So what
estrategia
would be the
o la
strategy
tecnología que han
or the
utilizado
technology that you have
para
been
obtener la
using to be
disponibilidad
able
de
to
pasto en
know
el
the
tiempo
availability
real
of pasture
y
in real
después
time?
cuál es la
And
estrategia
what
que
is
están
the
utilizando para transferir esta tecnología al
technology that you're
productor
using to transfer
para
this
poder hacer
information to the producer
pueda
so they
utilizar
know
en
when
el momento
to
preciso.
take their cattle to graze and use it in at the right moment? Well, thank you for your question. This has to do with the core computational view. Right now, what we do in the terms of grasses is to see what is the biomass availability. You cut a small square, you weigh that, and you expand that to the number of hectares in a plot. And so in a computer model, what we do is you give a 360 angle of a video, a 360 video view, and with that we can estimate the amount of grass in land. We know that way because of the height, basically. We do this through WhatsApp. That's a video sent via WhatsApp. We process it internally. And the response is not immediate. We take some time to process videos, but in essence, what we provide is from all the images processed is a more complex answer that allows the person to know whether they can need to rotate a land, for example, a grazing land. Well, thank you very much, Luis Miguel. I'm going to ask a question to Priscilla in Spanish. Based on what you were saying, the platform already reached many people. So I wanted to ask you, which were the main challenges that you had to overcome to be able to attain such an public spreading of the platform, and how were you able to reach all those growers? Thank you. AgroTrace comes from the work of technical assistance. So we already had the specific classification per crop, and it was easy to provide technical assistance to the platform. Since we are a company that deals with other companies, we never charge farmers. And that was also an advantage of that allow us to reach this many producers, because 90% of our work is with small producers, and they usually do not have any money to invest in this classification. So if we were to charge producers nowadays, maybe it would be at 10% of the volume. So I think that was a difficulty at the beginning, but we were able to adapt and understand that that's how the agri-food chains, because they needed the right profiling, a quality of product, and they were able to pay for it, but the small farmers were not. Very interesting. I don't know if you have any other question in the public. We have about 30 seconds left for this panel. In a couple of minutes, we have another question here. Good afternoon. My name is César Urrutia. I'm the director of Paisaje. Thank you very much for your presentations. More than a question, I have a comment with regards to the current and the previous presentations. What is the capacity that we have to make mistakes in the face of the producer, and how much do we trust the technology that we're developing can solve a problem? Let me tell you about a personal experience. I'm passionate about technology, but 10 years ago, we used to provide NDIs or satellite images, like many companies do, and we would look at the red, yellow, green, and whenever we saw red, you would say, here you have a problem, and they would fast know that will very soon tell us it's not a problem. We cut the grass last week. Obviously, we didn't have all the information available. But today we saw how we were talking about a AI model, and it seems like we're in the perfect world with AI responded to us and said when we had to irrigate and when, how much. But I think we're still far away from reaching that point because we're missing the first layer of information. The information needs to be gathered in a standardized manner, in a clean manner, without any noises. And when we started talking about with AI to be able to count the fruit and do forecasts of crops, we thought that we had solved the problem, but we didn't know that what they actually need were the kilograms that they wanted to crop and at what time to crop. And so even though I can give you a number, it's just an estimate. But there's much fruit that you cannot see depending on the crop. And you can see the caliber, weights, meteorological information, etc. So since you're interacting with farmers on a daily basis, do you think technology is actually solving a problem and that you are tackling? And what is our capacity to still make mistakes? Because if you make a mistake and you give bad projection, you say you need to add 1,000 square cubic meters. Well, again, this needs to be ready and not just use it for testing purposes.
Thank you for your questions. Someone that would like to respond in 30 seconds? Well, I think this Cesar's our view is very interesting, and I agree with this, particularly with these models. We tend to have so many complications, all the data that perhaps does not match. So what is very important, particularly the value we share with the producers, is that sometimes we take for granted that there is a significant amount of data on a given system, and we are not thinking about data capture and how to generate data from the system. Today, in many of the crops where we have worked, there was nothing, and we have started to build from scratch. So as a company, we have been working on building that directly in hand with the producers, going with them to collect all the data and see how all the data, perhaps imperfect, and that is part of AI, we can assign a value to it and be very careful with specific points, because we have to ensure that growers do not lose money that way. Okay, thank you very much, and applause for all our speakers. Congratulations. We have one more virtual presentation. You can, this is Maria Auxiliadora, Executive Secretary of the Latin American Rural Extension Network, who has a call for action regarding the region. We cannot hear you, Maria, yet. No, you are muted. Can you hear me? Very low, and the interpreters do not have direct audio. Sorry.
Perfecto.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. For me, representing Relacer, it is a great pleasure to be with you. This is an outstanding panel on digitalization of technical assistance. We are in a Latin American network that fosters strengthening of extension services, and we are connected worldwide through the Global Rural Security and Extensions Network, where we share with around 13 subnetworks from the entire world: Asia, Africa, Latin America, North America, etc. As a network interested in improving rural advisory services to ensure that these services be timely and good quality for farmers and productive systems, we have carried out a series of different analyses regarding the pros and cons of a digitalization of technical assistance. So in this sense, we would like to specify that this does not mean that the virtual world will replace the in-person activities. We firmly believe that both means, both tools can coexist in a very timely manner and ensure the expanding the coverage of our services, which, as our moderator said earlier, throughout Latin America, it does not go beyond 30%. So, and we want to ensure quality service. As a regional network, we would like to make a call for action from the regional stance, where we believe that the change or the effort must begin by changing the way we foster resistance, and so that extension workers and different actors can be very clear and fully convinced about the need to make certain changes and adjustments to reach those goals of virtual technical assistance. So based on this paradigm shift, bringing about This change for users is one of the aspects most important to address from the stance of the public as well as the private sector. A second element that brings us together is capacity building. And when we talk about capacity building, we mean developing the capacities of the institution itself, from the institutional structure of this way of rendering technical assistance service, as well as strengthening the teams and strengthening the capacity building skills of producers and users. It is worth mentioning that when we talk about the capacity building for the virtual world, let us not forget that more than 50% of the rural population is over and above 30 years of age. These are adult producers where we have to use adult education, clearly defined methods, without forgetting that we have a critical mass of youth. And the virtual world is very appealing to them to sit down and remain in the rural arena and take over production. So in this case, education, digital education, with all the elements and uniquenesses this implies, is very necessary. And I believe that while I have not heard throughout the panel say how digital education can mark the difference and focus both on the adult population and youth and women and the original nations, how to help the original nations who have different languages from Spanish or from Portuguese, etc. And this is something necessary because this is vulnerable population that can be very attractive for capacity building in order to improve their standard of living. They exist and they contribute, particularly in Latin America. They contribute a good part of the food and agricultural production. So the knowledge must be democratized, and this implies obviously dealing with the appropriate tools to reach the different actors and sectors so that the knowledge being developed, perhaps elsewhere in the region or in other regions, can be taken on board by the producers and implemented and help them make decisions based on hard data we are offering through the virtual means. The region must continue to invest and improve internet access. And I believe, well, we have already seen the internet coverage and the tremendous gap between urban and rural coverage. We need to, the public policies need to focus on investing in improving infrastructure for digitalization purposes, and with this, reach more farmers. So here we must be careful, and the colleagues mentioned this a while ago. Those that live further away are most likely the small producers, those that do not have access to such services anyway. So virtuality must not be the cause of expanding those gaps between segments of producers and men, women, etc. That also need to be to move forward in establishing their systems. As a region, we must focus our actions to develop a framework of policies. And when we say as a region, basically we're thinking of the fact that as networks and institutes like ICA, we can impact and strengthen capacities to design those policies and policy instruments that will facilitate digitalization and that can strengthen and establish the enabling conditions for digital expansion, and policies that additionally offer and provide certain tools to enable the digital expansion to all segments of producers. It is important to highlight that we are still behind in some aspects, and our colleague mentioned this about the impact that this wave of information that our peers do through different platforms and different methods. What is this generating? What changes, positive or negative? Does it have on agri-food systems in the region? And we need to have strong gauging instruments, recalling the perception, not just measuring this, but have the appropriate indicators that show that this is being worthwhile as our expanding coverage, strengthening the agri-food systems, delivering quality information. So the strong framework of indicators that we need to try to identify. Well, it is time to do it. We cannot just say this is something. No, we have been in this area now for several years now. And as part of that regional effort, we should try to identify innovative elements to build these indicators and make these available to the different stakeholders. Maria, okay, public and private sector. Maria, we are running out of time. Sorry about this. Sure, I am about to end. The public and private sectors. And what we should be interested in generating this interest of youth, adults, women, and original natives. Thank you. Ana Plus. Thank you for your inspiring words. And we wrap up this block. I believe it has been very interesting. We have elaborated on a segment that is moving forward very hard on digitalization. We saw with great interest the possibility of combining and making these segments or services of rural analogical system much broader. We talked about how these services should be delivered in a simple manner so that producers can truly have readily access to these services, and how digitalization of these services and technical assistance can democratize access to greater information for decision-making purposes so that this can result in better outcomes. Now let us go to our coffee break, and I understand we have a tour. Thank you. Well, thank you, Jeremias. I would like to thank all participants and panelists. We hope you have found this a very useful day. As Jeremias was saying, we will go to a coffee break once again downstairs in the lobby, 15-20 minutes, and rain permitting, we will walk through the Forest of the Americas, and the ICA team will be organizing this. Some housekeeping announcements for tomorrow. After the coffee break, or the Forest of the Americas tour, we will take you back to the Radisson Hotel. It is important that we be at the lobby tomorrow morning at 8 8:15, 8:15, 7:15, excuse me, 7:15. Breakfast will be at the same place, at the Radisson downstairs from 6 to 7. It is important that whoever has presentations, please share those with us, preferably today. And the same with posters. Today we have a poster session. If you have not brought yours, bring those tomorrow so that we can display these. Thank you very much. I hope you have enjoyed the session.